The May 22nd meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Raval.
Here.
Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Councilmember Hidakaris.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Harris. Here. Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
And Mayor Biss.
Here. So we have a quorum present and are ready to do our work. We begin with my public announce.
Councilmember Burns. Is he here? No.
So we'll begin with announcements and proclamations, of which I have two. Because of an illness on our staff, we don't have physical printouts of the proclamations at this time, but those will be made available shortly. In the meantime, let me begin by reading the text of the proclamation declaring May of 2023 as Neurofibromatosis Awareness Month. Whereas the Children's Tumor Foundation is observing May 2023 as neurofibromatosis, heretofore to be called NF, to save your poor mayor, Awareness Month to educate the public about this rare genetic disorder. And whereas, although over 2 million people around the world are living with NF and 1 in every 3,000 births is diagnosed with NF, it is still relatively unknown to the public. And whereas NF affects all populations equally, regardless of race, ethnicity, or gender. And whereas NF causes tumors to grow on nerves throughout the body and also can affect development of the brain, cardiovascular system, bones, and skin. And whereas the disorder can lead to blindness, deafness, bone abnormalities, disfigurement, learning disabilities, disabling pain, and cancer. And whereas the Children's Tumor Foundation leads efforts to promote financially sponsor world-class medical research aimed at finding effective treatments and ultimately a cure for NF. And whereas the Children's Tumor Foundation is actively fostering collaborative partnerships in both science and industry to speed the drug research and development process through a number of consortia called Synodos. And whereas the Children's Tumor Foundation works to improve access to quality patient healthcare through its national NF clinic network. And whereas the Children's Tumor Foundation provides patient and family support through its informational resources, youth programs, and local chapter activities. And whereas much remains to be done in raising public awareness of NF to help promote early diagnosis, proper management and treatment, prevention of complications, and support for research. Now, therefore, I, Daniel Biss, Mayor of the City of Evanston, do hereby proclaim May of 2023 as Neurofibromatosis Awareness Month in recognition of this important initiative and in the hopes of educating the public about the critical work that's being done in this area. And I know that there were, I think, some individuals here from the Children's Tumor Foundation to accept the proclamation, which, again, I don't have physically to hand over, but would love to just welcome you up here and thank you for your work. And the second proclamation is relative to Jewish American Heritage Month. Rather than read the whole thing out loud, I think I'll just make a quick personal comment, which is that as a Jewish person who, is a descendant of Holocaust survivors, I was sort of brought up thinking of the scourge of anti-Semitism as relatively theoretical and historical. That's kind of what life was like, for me at least, as a Jewish American, for most of my life. And it has not felt that way for the last several years, which is jarring for me personally, and I think for a lot of my fellow Jewish Americans, it's jarring. And so I think it's important for us to shine a light on the change in tone in this culture, the rise of at least visible anti-Semitism and the violence that comes with it that threatens the Jewish community and a lot of other historically targeted and marginalized communities as well. And so I was pleased to be asked to make this proclamation, and I think it's an important part of our effort to lift up every piece and corner of the Evanston community and make sure that everyone is collectively safe and looking out for one another. And the proclamation says all that stuff, but it's fancier and more boring. With that, the next item on our agenda is the city manager's public announcements.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Clerk Mendoza. Pleased to welcome representatives from the 4th of July Association up to the podium for a brief announcement.
As everyone gathers, I will introduce myself, but we are with the Evanston 4th of July Association. My name is Tracy Alden, and Hillary Bean is one of our trustees, as is Catherine Rush. And we just want to say first, thank you for this opportunity. Mayor, council members, elected officials, city staff, this is going to be another year where this is 100 years for us, actually, and the 4th is only 6 weeks away. Yeah, but we've not had an event for 3 years due to COVID and the unfortunate shooting in Highland Park last year. But I do want to just make everyone aware that we've been working with the mayor, the city staff, on all the plans for this upcoming season, and we want to make sure fellow citizens and people from the surrounding areas are well aware that Evanston is again going to put on a spectacular 4th of July celebration. Our theme is Community United Cannot Be Divided. And that's very special to us, to you, to everyone, and it should be, because this is what Evanston is all about, coming together. We may have differences, but we work things through. And our event, it's 1 day a year, though it takes 365 days to put it together. Yeah, but anyway, everyone's included, and that's what Independence Day is all about, bringing everyone together, giving everyone an opportunity and equal footing as to how to celebrate and enjoy the privileges, the rights that this great country has to offer. We will be, again, offering, the morning games, parade, and fireworks, and a concert at night. And I'm going to turn it over now to Hillary Bean, who works mainly with our parade, and let her fill you in on a couple of details. Thank you, Hillary.
Yeah. Whoops, as I get stuck on my cart. Good evening, everyone. I will hand out, we don't have this year's buttons yet, but these are last year's, which are special in and of themselves. So the parade the registration opened 3 weeks ago. We ask that any community groups and any businesses, please register. We'd love to have you in the parade. And we are working hard on our paid performers, so we'll have a bagpipe band, we'll have a bunch of performers. Marching bands are in short supply this year, though we're still working on that. And
Klezmer band.
a klezmer and some of the other local groups that perform, but it will be, of course, as always, and of course South Shore Drill Team. It will be the parade that it always is and that everyone knows and loves on Central Street. You're mentioning volunteers, right? So I'm not going to mention volunteers, but I am going to come and give each of you a button. Thank you. Again, please register. There used to be, back in the old days, where all the alder people used to be in the parade as a big unit. We'd love to have any and all of you back. So please think about that too, and we can coordinate it with Luke Stuck. Thank you.
Do we still have the big bike?
I'm sorry?
Do we still have the bike that had like 6 seats on it
No,
for the
that
concert?
was Ann Rainey's bike?
Maybe maybe she'll let us borrow it.
Oh, hi. We'll see. Okay, and Catherine Rush.
Thank you so much. I spent a few hours today putting up posters asking volunteers to join us, and I'm happy to say that there was incredible excitement among the shopkeepers, members of community. Everybody is so happy to have the 4th of July back. As my colleague mentioned, we're heading into our second century, and there are members of the trustee board that have been participating and leading for over half a century. So there's a lot of people who've been really committed volunteering. We need to have, and would love to have, as many members from the community being a part of this as possible. That's why we're getting up the signs early to every neighborhood. I'm going to leave signs here. If you have a local cafe you want to put some up in, that would be wonderful and very helpful, although we're trying to reach out ourselves to every nook and cranny of Evanston. In terms of the volunteers that we are looking for, there's leadership volunteer roles, coordination roles, but there's also a large number of fun roles on the day. We need 30 to 50 people to marshal the parade. A parade marshal stands between the floats and makes sure that no one bangs into anybody else, that none of the kids get run over by a bicycle. So if that's something that you would find fun, we would love to have some new marshals this year. We would also love to have participants in the fun and games activities in the parks. A few years ago, we expanded the activities of Independence Day into every neighborhood by having activities in the parks. And this has allowed people to celebrate the day who are busy with children and can't make it to the beachfront, for example. So please consider volunteering. The last thing I'd like to share with you is because there are many members of the board of trustees who have been on it for a very long time and are very good at it, as you can see, we would like to get people to step up and learn from them. There's a lot of technical detail. They've mapped out every inch of the route. I've watched them organize this throughout the year. There's a lot to it, and they would love to start training in new leaders. So we've set up a program called the Declaration Fellows, open to new names, but the idea is that people will step up now and spend a year or two, particularly during this exciting time when we're going to be, in some ways, reinventing what the celebration is of being America, not just nationwide, but here in Evanston. So we'd love to have lots of new people join that. And if you'd like to ask more about that, go online. All the information about volunteering, about the Declaration Program, about being a trustee, it is all online. And again, look for the flyers.
The website.
And the website is celebration at,
No, that's the email.
oh, sorry.
Evanston4th.org. That's Evanston, number 4, th.org. Sorry.
Thanks. No, thank you. That's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy, Hillary, and Catherine for being here tonight and all your hard work. We look forward to working with you over the next 6 weeks to make it an outstanding 4th of July. Next up, Mr. Mayor, I have representatives from City Staff, Parks and Rec, and Fire Department for a short presentation on lifeguard and lakefront operations.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Clerk Mendoza, members of council, City Manager Stowe. We're here to give you just a quick 5-minute update on what's going on at our lakefront. I just do want to say, first, right off the get-go, thank you. Thank you for your support. We've had a wonderful collaboration with Parks and Rec and Fire, and I think we're going to have one of the best lakefronts in the state of Illinois, hands down, for sure. So I don't know if you've known, but the fire department is focusing on lifeguards and getting them trained up to the type of training that they need to work with our members. Parks and Rec is going to focus on recreation and bringing people to the beach. I'm going to have Chief Smith kind of present some of the changes that are coming with the lifeguards and the things that we've done. But I just want to say I can't thank you enough, and I can't thank the members behind me. So I'm going to go through a real quick. Division Chief Smith of Professional Development and Special Operations, Michael Callahan, Kendra Meyer, who works with us at the fire department. She's our admin lead. Tim Carter, who works at Parks and Rec, and of course Audrey Thompson. Couldn't do it without him, of course, Michael Van Dorp. It was a lot of work, a lot of effort. We've been working for the last 8 months to get this together. and we're ready to open the beaches this weekend. So I'm going to let Chief Smith take it over from here.
Thank you. So I always have a few slides here to go over with some of the major changes that you're going to be experiencing at our most cherished of places, the beach and the lakefront around Evanston. As Chief Polyp said, this major collaboration is something that we started working on at the end of last year to where we can really focus on the good recreation that everyone deserves, but having a safe and memorable experience with the fire department leading the charge on the life safety aspect of it. I'm extremely pleased to announce that we have about a 40% increase in applications for lifeguards, camp staff, sailing, all said and done over what we had last year. So really what this means is I'm hoping if the staffing holds true, we can anticipate much better staffed beaches, better working conditions for the lifeguards, especially on those hot, sunny days or cold, windy days as they get more rotations. All the introductions we went through with the lifeguarding staff this morning that started our first academy of this year, but the major changes since last year. This organizational chart, what I did here is I combined, and I know everyone can't read that, but I combined Parks and Recreation leadership and Fire Department leadership to form a unity of command so that at any one point, in any one shift, there's going to be a direct line of supervisors between the lifeguards and all the way up through the chain of command. Everyone knows who their immediate supervisor is to follow up and take direction from. As you can see here, both Parks and Rec and Fire are going to be represented in there, and we will have an increased supervisory levels at all times along the lakefront this year. One major infrastructure update that I have for you is the 911 Commission authorized and voted on a large expenditure on brand new radios, increased and brand new repeater frequencies along the lakefront. So what we have is going to be a much enhanced ability for the beach managers to directly communicate with 911 services rather than the old way that we used to do it with kind of an antiquated, scratchy frequency that maybe barely made it to the Dempster Street Beach House. Now we should be able to have Lighthouse beach managers communicate directly with South Boulevard beach managers and our 911 dispatch center. With the committee of the lifeguards that are returning, Chief Polyp underwent a brand new uniform program. With their input, we have new designed and better equipped lifeguards as far as uniform standpoint goes. All I'm showing here is that we are using an enhanced scheduling application and payroll application that we've had in the fire service with great success for many years now, and we're going to be extending this into the lakefront staffing as we're starting to build out here. Also, as you can see here, is that idea of this unity of command. Every shift on every beach, in real time, you'll be able to see who the exact manager, supervisor, lifeguards, gate attendants, everybody is going to be on there. Chain of command and accountability of who's there working on our beaches. We revamped the promotional process to decide who the leadership along the lakefront within the lifeguards is going to be as well this year. We kind of mirrored what we do in the fire service, again with great success, and we brought this with some of the committee of returning lifeguards to decide on their leadership as well. On the Parks and Rec side, everyone is very excited. They were able to get a brand new recreational boat, again, enhancing the programming with the camp. New paddle boards, kayaks, even a see-through kayak, as you can paddle around and look underneath you in the water. Beach house improvements, very exciting facility improvements as we have down there, including central air conditioning, which just got installed last week, I believe. The life rings, as was just featured on Channel 32 News at 4 o'clock, and I think they're going to be rerunning that again. 11 new life rings along our lakefront with a local alarm. If somebody disturbs that, it'll draw attention to find out what's going on if there is a life safety issue going. Lastly, and most importantly, thank you. Thank you, all the council, Clerk Mendoza, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, for all your support in this major collaborative effort. I think together we really are going to be making 2023 the best season ever along our lakefront. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? Or comments?
I'll just say thank you. This is obviously how we ought to be doing things, and it makes all the sense in the world, and it's going to have a better outcome for the experience of our beachgoers, for the safety, and for our team, who I think we owe a better outcome, to say the least. I just want to thank all of you for the enormous amount of work and the professionalism you put into this. I think it's really, really a great thing, and you're all to be commended. Councilmember Harris?
Yes, Hello? I just wanted to say thank you as well, especially with the numbers being up. That's a testimony to people are beginning to have faith back into us after some of the things that we've been through. So I appreciate you all's attention to this, and thank you so much.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. And that concludes my remarks.
Next on the agenda is communications from the city clerk.
We got a few email public comment. The full version of them should be in your inboxes. Stefan Leonard, community organizer, writing city council for a statement in support of the Margarita Inn. Val D asking for you to not, to listen to neighbors' complaints and not ignore them. Reference to Margarita Inn. And there is also a letter from Valley Produce. I was asked to read it. It's quite long, so okay. So Valley Produce has been brought in a loop regarding the proposal for Fair Work Week ordinance in Evanston. They were dumbfounded by the unjust legal ramifications and the enormous amounts of administrative requirements for a problem that does not insist in our retail businesses. While Valley has been operated in Evanston since 2008, the family business dates back to 1977. And they said they're a family-owned business, and they will never have employees on call during scheduled off hours or of any employees, and they go on. So they have a lot of feedback about Fair Work Week. So you guys can read the full letter in your inboxes, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to public comment. This evening, we have a fair number of public commenters, though fewer than last meeting. So each participant in public comment will be given 1 minute and 10 seconds to speak. We'll begin, as always, with those who signed up on this sheet in person to speak in person, followed by those who signed up online to speak in person, and then those who are speaking online. So we begin with John Kleeve. And I guess I'm going to reiterate what I said last week. I feel like there's, I don't know if it's a handwriting issue or an eyesight issue, but I apologize in advance if I misread any names. Let's call it an eyesight issue. We'll begin with John Kleeve, who will be followed by Paul Hammond, and then Linda Gerber.
All right, in a minute, 10 seconds, awesome. So at any rate, I have a different agenda than when I came here. You guys know exactly what I'm coming here for. It's a strong operating agreement. I mean, we have a one-legged stool because we know the good neighbor agreement, and we know that the zoning stuff doesn't carry much enforceability. And so I've been hammering on the operating agreement for over a year now to say that's the one thing that the city can use to safeguard residents and to safeguard the neighbors that live around the Margarita Inn. So I was coming to say I was disappointed in what I saw in the packet and what I saw last week. Jonathan has shared with me prior to this meeting that he's added some elements in it that I think are stronger. There's some language around the staffing, there's some language around the services, a little bit more on the reporting and the enforceability. So I would encourage the rest of the council to accept his amendments. They're not perfect, but they're a step closer toward us having objective standards by which we can ensure that this thing is not a problem, that it's a thing. I would also bring up, with 8 seconds, think about connecting with Thresholds and other mental health services and whatnot that are around there. Connections is not that interested in this, but you got to bring them in. And so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paul Hammond, who will be followed by Linda Gerber and then Sharon Pines.
Good evening. I come here this evening with a 20-year career in serving the needs of the homeless in Chicago and having been named by the Obama White House at the White House as a champion of change in the fight against youth and family homelessness. The reason why the city tonight is considering the zoning ordinance, the passage of which has been made a requirement for connections to permanently provide services at the Margarita Inn, is the fact that the city of Evanston has no plan to end homelessness. To end homelessness does not mean that we're going to eradicate it. That's never going to happen. But it means that each community is going to have a plan to prevent it, and when it does occur, to make sure it's brief and non-reoccurring. This is the HUD definition. Evanston has no plan, and because it does not, the city is currently building the plane as it's flying it with regard to policy and zoning and rules. All of these things could have been outlined in a plan had the city demonstrated leadership around a plan to end homelessness 7 or 8 years ago. The program at the Margarita Inn is functional at a time when no plan exists and when the city of Evanston has no plan to fill in those services if those services do not continue to function. That's it. I'll keep to my time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Gerber, who will be followed by Sharon Pines, and then Julie Benau.
Good evening. I'm Linda Gerber, and I'm here as a board member of the Evanston Community Foundation in support of the Margarita Inn. Evanston Community Foundation is an active member of the Coalition to End Homelessness in Evanston because we believe that a community that prides itself on racial and economic diversity, like Evanston, must provide for the well-being of its housing insecure community members. ECF and Connections have partnered since 1990 and deepened our partnership during the pandemic. In 2020, ECF was a catalyst funder to establish the Margarita Inn as a place to safely house our community members who are experiencing homelessness. Connections is a strong institution with stable and professional leadership. It's well-run, it's responsible, it's responsive. And that is why the community members who make our funding decisions have supported it for more than 35 years now. As a community foundation, we are proud to stand by Connections and their work at the Margarita Inn. We know that they make a difference not just in the lives of the people they serve, but that they make Evanston stronger for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sharon Pines, who will be followed by Julie Benau and then Melissa Appeltz.
Good evening. I live across the alley from the Margarita Inn. The city of Evanston has been described as welcoming, inclusive, tolerant, and progressive, but I feel that description is ebbing away. There are those who feel that downtown Evanston should be the exclusive purview of people who can afford to buy homes, rent expensive apartments, or stay in pricey hotels. This exclusive, elitist, and small-minded attitude cannot come to define us. Fortunately, Connections for the Homeless has been expanding inclusivity and offering effective and compassionate services and housing at the Margarita Inn, helping folks to find stability in their lives. I urge you to grant the permit so that we are defined not by what diminishes us as a city, but by what is the best of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Julie Benau, who will be followed by Melissa Appeltz and then Josh Hauser.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I was very disagree with the Fifth Ward School before, but now I am very much for it because on May 6th, Saturday, I wake up and I see the Foster field from the day before play is filled with the garbage. All day it was no. It took a long time until city clean it, and then there was a noise all day. And Saturday, my building was shaking because of the party they had in a community, Philly Jordan. So I think the school is going to block everything. Parking is another issue. My tenant complained that we have to go 2 blocks away. So I think a school with block everything, and it has been the answer to my own prayer I didn't know. But why I am here? I am here to say that the architectural study has shown that the color of a building has a big effect on intelligence, concentration, everything. And maybe because color like a blue and a green make people to focus. So I am here to ask, please, the panel, metal panel, it doesn't make any difference to be blue, and the brick, because it reminds us of the sky we miss, and then the brick to be painted green, which reminds us of the field we are missing, and it is also
Thank you very
easier to
much.
clean. So these two color requests is what I have.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Melissa Appeltz, who will be followed by Josh Hauser and then Susan Monroe.
I am Melissa Appeltz, Board President of Interfaith Action of Evanston, and I speak tonight on behalf of the board, its staff, its advocacy committee, and more than 600 signatories to an interfaith petition in support of the Margarita and Connections for the Homeless. Yesterday at church in my faith community, I was listening to a guest pastor, and he admonished us and challenged us to really show up, take a risk, and do the work of making this a better world. And I was thinking, this is what Connections is doing with the Margarita, and we should be thanking them. We should be supporting them and thanking them, as I thank you for your vote 2 weeks ago, and I hope tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Josh Hauser, who will be followed by Susan Monroe and then Bonnie Wilson.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Hauser. Excuse me. I'm a physician. I've volunteered at Connections for more than a decade and in homeless services for more than 25 years. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I won't repeat what I said then, but I did think as I was walking to my car tonight of a thought experiment. And that experiment is the following. What if a member of my family or your family, a cousin, a brother, a son, a mother, needed the services of Connections and the services of the Margarita Inn? How would that affect your vote? I urge you to support this measure because it is the right thing to do for our city and for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Susan Monroe, who will be followed by Bonnie Wilson and then Sam Gordon.
Good evening. I live at the corner of Oak and Grove, so I am a near neighbor, and I have spoken before. I wanted to just share a couple insights about the well-being of our neighborhood tonight. I did a survey of the owners of the 21 units in our building and asked if they were in favor of the Margarita, if they had had any unpleasant interactions with residents of Margarita, and only 3 people answered, which really says that nobody really cares that much. It's just there. It's not upsetting anyone. One person said all of their interactions had been pleasant and enriching. One person had had some negative interactions at the beginning of the pandemic, when I think we were all a bit on edge. During the last 3 years, there have been 6 sales of units in our 21-unit building. They've all been sold quickly and either at or above the asking price. So I would say there's not been a big negative impact. I continue to support the Margarita Inn.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bonnie Wilson, who will be followed by Sam Gordon and then Brittany Simons.
Thank you, council members, city clerk, she's not here, and the mayor. I'm Bonnie Wilson. I have been a real estate agent in Evanston for 38 years. As an agent, I believe that we should have housing in Evanston for everyone, not just people we sell to. Everybody should have housing in Evanston. Plus, the 3 condos that are in one block of the Margarita Inn have only increased in value from 2020 to 23 during the time the Margarita Inn has been a shelter for Connections since March of 2020. So the prices have gone up. There's nothing to do with the prices that have decreased in Evanston because the Margarita Inn is in. They've gone up 30, 40,000 more since the Margarita Inn has been there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sam Gordon, who will be followed by Brittany Simons, and then Julissa Flores Singh.
Hello, I'm a member of the Youth Caucus at the Jewish Council of Urban Affairs. We are very proud to support the initiative of the Margarita Inn and urge you council members to do the same. Housing is a fundamental human right, and the city of Evanston must work to ensure that all of its citizens have access to a safe place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brittany Simons, who will be followed by Julissa Flores Singh, and then Stephen Hackney.
Hello, my name is Brittany Simons, and I am a licensed clinical social worker. I have been in the social work field since 2010. I started at Connections in March 2020, right before the Margarita Inn started utilizing the space as a shelter. At Connections, I provide mental health support to residents at the Margarita Inn. I'd like to take a moment to talk about one participant who I met in the winter of 2020. When I met him, he was sleeping outside. He was in his early 60s and could barely walk. He used a walker. Just on Friday, he moved into his apartment after more than 2.5 years. And as he was giving me a hug, thanking me, he shared that without myself and Connections, he wouldn't be alive. This was due to many, many hours and the hard work of staff. Behind me, you'll see a sea of faces who are all here doing the hard work, showing up for people day in and day out. And we are helping to allow individuals to rebuild their lives, honoring their dignity and their right to have access to housing. This is not about heads to beds. This is about ending homelessness one person at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Julissa Flores Singh, who will be followed by Stephen Hackney, and then Abigail Stone.
Buenas tardes, gracias por esta oportunidad de hablar con ustedes. Yo trabajo en Connections for the Homeless, tengo 3 años trabajando ahí de supervisora. No voy a decir mucho porque ya vieron el ejemplo de mis compañeros, de todo lo que tienen que decir, pero sí les ruego que aprueben este acuerdo para que nos ayuden a ser bueno en la comunidad. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. The next speaker is Stephen Hackney, who will be followed by Abigail Stone, and then Radhika Sutz.
Good evening. My name is Steve Hackney. I'm a member of the board of Connections for the Homeless. I'm also an Evanston resident. I want to thank the City Council for your vote 2 weeks ago to proceed on this issue, and I'm here to urge you to finish the job tonight with another vote for formal approval. But I'd also like you to just take in this moment for a second. In most communities, homeless shelters are not a popular project, and homeless people are more likely to be the subject of derision and hostility than the beneficiaries of compassion. But look at this room. It is full of Evanstonians who took time out of their day to come tonight and say, we support this project. We want to be the type of people that help, not the type of people that turn away. Nights like tonight are nights that remind me why I decided to raise my kids in this town. Now, the vote before you tonight is an easy one. The Margarita Inn reduces homelessness in Evanston at no cost to the city. So not only is this a self-evidently good public policy, but your vote tonight is also a reaffirmation of the values that set us apart as a community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Abigail Stone, who will be followed by Radhika Sutz, and then Jerome Summers.
Greetings. I wish I had more time. However,
I experienced domestic violence as a resident of Evanston. I didn't come from outer space. I lived here in Evanston. There is a need for shelter. At times, I feel tears in my heart for mothers who stay in violence or housing insecurity because they don't have anywhere to go. More shelter is needed. And here in Evanston, I can go to see these big houses in front. They have signs about their inclusion, about how everyone is welcome. But I've sit here and I've listened to people be more concerned about sheltering animals than sheltering human beings. I'm not a subspecies. I am your sister. We're all brothers and sisters. And if that energy will be spent actually helping more people than just putting signs in yards and looking the other way, then Evanston can truly be a better place and the world will be a better place. I love Evanston. I am proud to serve here, and that is what I do now. I give back. Please consider your humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Radhika Sutz, who will be followed by Jerome Summers, and then Rennie Stone.
Hi, good evening. I'm here on behalf of my group of Church and Dodge Lands in Darrow. And the first thing I want to say, I want to commend Bobby Burns for the first time for recusing himself, and we would like an explanation of why is that. So if somebody can answer, I would like that everybody who's watching this to find out. What are the reasons? They were not shared with us. Is there no one has an answer, or will somebody be able
I'll just
to answer?
pause the clock to say that public comment is a time for the public to share their views, not to have responses. Also, I certainly don't speak about the attendance or non-attendance of colleagues of mine up here.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm not here to speak whether the connections for the homeless should be granted the permit or not. We as small landlords have been loyal servants for decades to connections of the homeless. When no one would take their people, small landlords in Fifth Ward did that. But what I've learned here in the last 3 months, we came to oppose HODC building that's been planned in our ward, that connections for the homeless have thrown under the bus all of the landlords, all of the small landlords who have for decades and decades took their clients, supported them, worked with them. And then we find out there's just several groups of corporations in this town that they're here voting for each other to get millions of dollars of taxpayers' money.
Thank you very much.
And which is $5 million that HODC is getting, and small landlords who are providing affordable housing are getting nothing, zero.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jerome Summers, who will be followed by Rennie Stone, and then Henry Wilkins.
I'm Jerome Summers. I'm from the Fifth Ward. My family's been in the Fifth Ward since 1890-something, and on the same block actually since 1925. I was a former school board member, and I'm here to support a school in the Fifth Ward and ask for your vote. One, because when kids don't know each other, then parents don't know each other, and it ruins communities. And 60 years ago, more or less, they closed that school in the Fifth Ward, and it was, at first it was integration, then it became desegregation, which is integration is like this, desegregation is like that, and they bust every single kid out of the Fifth Ward for, 50, 60 years, and turned our kids into itinerant migrant students for decades, my God. And it's a travesty. So you can make a correction here. And I absolutely recommend that you do that, get it done. It's just the right thing to do. It brings communities together. When kids know each other, it's the foundation of any community. So let's make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rennie Stone, who will be followed by Henry Wilkins and then Aaron Brown.
Hi, my name is pronounced Renee.
I apologize. Thank you for the correction.
No problem. For decades, children of color, predominantly black students, have been bused out of their neighborhoods and inserted into multiple schools in North Evanston for the sake of integration. What may have created excitement and seemed like the right thing to do at the time, in retrospect, caused harm and segmented a community, which led to the sense of not belonging for families that live in the Fifth Ward. Thankfully, we are at a place in time to right that wrong and bring a neighborhood school to these students. Having a walkable neighborhood school will not only build community, but also builds a sense of togetherness among the residents. District 65 test data shows that black male and female students are at the bottom, followed by Hispanic students. When these students are being bused to buildings where they hear their peers tell them that they don't belong, and teachers place targets on their backs, how do you expect them to learn? When students rarely see a reflection of themselves in the individuals that are supposed to educate them, how do you expect them to trust and feel safe in a classroom? The Evanston community likes to support students of color, especially black students, in response to traumatic events that happen in Evanston. Yet whenever there is a need to support efforts that will empower students of color, they tend to hyper-focus on things that are not as urgent. What is urgent is the need to recreate the village that will surround and uplift these students. I am asking that members of the City Council support the efforts of the district and that they're now taken to correct their error and bring these students home. They deserve the right to learn in an environment without feeling like the other.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Henry Wilkins, who will be followed by Aaron Brown and then Paul Khalil.
Good evening. My name is Henry Wilkins. I stand here as an advocate returning a school to the Fifth Ward. Most importantly, I stand on the shoulders of hundreds of people before me, including Citizens for Better Evanston, that have been fighting for this moment to return a school. The latest pursuit came in 2012 when a referendum didn't pass. However, it passed unanimously in the 5th Ward, the 2nd Ward, and the 8th Ward, and lost by a landslide in the 6th and 7th Ward. For me, it was almost 5 years ago that I learned about this tragedy of black and brown kids being bused all across Evanston to integrate the schools. My heart broke when I first learned that this was happening, and since that time, I've dedicated my time, resources, and talent to reinvigorate support for a school by starting a nonprofit called STEM School Evanston. So we, along with the 5th Ward community and hundreds of other Evanstons, have poured their blood, sweat, and tears in returning a school to this community for over 50 years. I'm asking City Council today to stand united and vote in favor of returning a school to the 5th Ward.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Aaron Brown, who will be followed by Paul Khalil.
Hello, I'm a 4th Ward resident, and I'm going to speak to the two people who voted against connections at the last meeting. So first, Alderperson Kelly, at the last meeting I heard your concerns about resident safety, which were thoroughly answered by the connection staff. I also heard some concerns about the operating agreement, which were also refuted by Alderpersons Nusma, Ravel, and Reed, on top of the city staff sharing the same opinion. But then you still voted no. Can you explain how a no vote, which threatens to shut down operations, eliminate housing, food, and mental health services for current and prospective Margarita Inn residents, aligns with your goals of equity and justice and stated concerns for their safety? For the life of me, I can't figure out how the 50-plus people currently being served at the Margarita Inn will be better off once they're kicked out on the street, should you and your Alderperson Tom Suffredin vote no again tonight. Alderperson Suffredin, I'd really like to hear some explanation from you to support your vote as well. And in my final 20 seconds, I also support a 5th Ward school. And Alderperson Reed, keep up the good fight. One point that might help you, just think about all the benefits you all receive for waste management, recycling, composting. You guys vote on those contracts too. So if everyone should recuse themselves from that, you can certainly vote tonight as well. Thank you.
The next speaker is Paul Khalil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And standing with me is the Vice President of Connections for the Homeless, Pastor Monte Dillard. We're proud to be Evanstonians. I'm Paul Khalil. I'm the President of Connections for the Homeless. And I live about 5 or 6 blocks from the Margarita. We've got a challenge in Evanston. We don't have enough affordable places. We don't have enough affordable places for people to stay. Connections is offering a solution. A key part of that solution is the Margarita Inn. The Margarita Inn is highly effective. It gets people into stable housing at a rate that's almost twice the national average. Connections has been in Evanston for almost 40 years, and we're committed to working with the community to make a difference. We're from Evanston, we're national leaders in addressing homelessness, and we're committed to having the Margarita Inn make a difference in the community. There aren't enough affordable places to stay in Evanston, and Connections is offering a proven, viable solution. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Dreller.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Sarah Dreller. I am an architectural historian. I am the chair of the Preservation Commission here in Evanston, and I am here to talk very briefly about Harley Clark. I wanted to let you all know that in a couple of days, the Preservation Commission is going to be sending you a letter supporting the adaptive use of Harley Clark and offering our expertise and our passion, our knowledge to help you to answer questions and to help this very important building and the grounds that go along with it have a vibrant future. Adaptive reuse of this building is going to keep it out of the landfill, so it supports the climate resilience goals that the city has, and so on. So I have a few seconds left. The Preservation Commission believes that important places like the Harley Clark Mansion and the Jens Jensen and Alfred Caldwell design grounds represent valuable opportunities for renewed life, and vibrancy. We hope that you will take us up on the offer to help you. Please call us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the list of people who signed up on this sheet. We will now move to those who signed up online to speak in person, beginning with Alan Diddish, who will be followed by Eric Passett, and then Martha Pierce.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Alan Diddish, and I appear this evening on behalf of BCH 1555 LLC, which is an affected property owner. I speak to address the proposed ordinance number 14-0-23, which would grant a special use permit to 1566 Oak Avenue, otherwise known as the Margarita Inn. Out of an abundance of caution and for purposes of preserving the record, we reiterate and reassert all of the objections and concerns we expressed in our comments and filings made before the Land Use Commission on 30 November 2022 and on 26 April 2023. We respectfully request that you consider all the evidence we provided therein and at those hearings, and then deny the special use request based on that evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Eric Passett, who will be followed by Martha Pierce, and then someone who signed up just with one name, Tony.
Hi, I'm Eric Passett. I'm a citizen of the 4th Ward. I guess why you're not seeing as many people opposed to the Margarita Inn, because I feel like we've been silenced. By signing a good neighbor agreement, by doing the cutting of the ribbon before this has been decided, basically says you don't care about our opinion. Because if you did, you wouldn't cut the ribbon before the decision's been made. And I'm directing it to you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also going to say, they say this doesn't cost the city anything. That's not true. If somebody were to buy this building and pay, say, $3 million for it, it'd be about $100,000 in taxes every year, in real estate taxes that would go towards the city. If it was a hotel, it would be even more than that. And I guess, when they said there's been no, not as much crime. Well, about a month ago, somebody had a gun out in front of the Margarita Inn. What's happened with that? And I guess the last thing I'll say is, I know this will pass, unfortunately, but I'm going to definitely be here again, like I've talked to you about, Alderman Newsman, to hold up to the, to the operations part of this, because I don't feel like it's going to be followed by the city. So.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Martha Pierce, who will be followed by Tony and then John Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Martha Pierce, and I and my husband have lived and raised our family on Oak Avenue, about 3 blocks from the Margarita Inn since 1973. I frequently walk past or drive past the Margarita Inn and almost every day, and I have never seen any kind of incident or problem happening there, and I have looked for it. My husband and I have a family foundation through which we support many organizations in Chicago and Evanston that are working to meet the needs of those in our society who are pushed out and left out and struggling to survive. From these organizations, we've learned a lot about the best practices for helping people to move from despair to empowerment, and from being overwhelmed by the difficulties and challenges of life in our society today to learning how to manage their lives and become stable and productive members of society as they would like to be. We have seen Connections for the Homeless, in particular, learn from its experiences and train their staff in the best practices to the point that they are now the premier agency providing support and guidance to those in our community who are unhoused and uncared for. Connections has a 70% success rate in meeting their clients where they are at the beginning and working with them so that they develop their ability to live independently.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tony, who will be followed by John Kennedy and then Jonah Karsh.
Sorry about that. Tony Ray, I live at 1020 Grove Street, half a block from the Margarita Inn. I'm here with some of my neighbors. We are representing many people in our building, and we support the Margarita Inn.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Kennedy, who will be followed by Jonah Karsh and then Laura Harris-Ferry.
It's very hard to follow a course line. I'm John Kennedy. I'm here to represent ECLG, Evanston Lake and Garden House. And we are basically here to support the memo that was contained in your packet talking about ultimately a public-private partnership for Harley Clark. For those of you not around in 2020, to refresh you, ECLG made a proposal. It contained 4 key areas. One, we had 3 meetings in the dead of winter and 1,500 ideas for activities for Evanston residents drawn from the entire community. We had a financial plan that was self-sustaining. We had a phased-in rehab developed by an architect that Evanston has hired before. And we had our finances lined up. We didn't win that one. But now it's a new chapter. The key is, how are we going to make this building finally a success for the community? And I want to basically suggest that a public-private partnership doesn't have to stop with just the finances. It could very well include Parks and Rec, community development, and facilities. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jonah Karsh, who will be followed by Pastor Laura and then Aaron Cohen.
Good evening. My name is Jonah Karsh. I'm a Dewey, Nichols, and ETHS grad, raised in the 3rd Ward, but I also came today on behalf of the Jewish Council on Urban Affairs, Chicago's Jewish Voice for Social Justice, where I work as an organizer. And fun fact, I had my bar mitzvah party in the basement of the Margarita Inn. JCUA was proud to provide financial support to the Margarita Inn through our Community Ventures program, which provides zero-interest loans to community development and affordable housing projects in Chicagoland. But our commitment to the Margarita Inn is not just about writing a one-off check. It's why we've brought almost 10 of our youth members to the meeting tonight, because in our vision of Judaism, none of us are free until all of us are free. And that means we have a moral imperative to end homelessness in Evanston and anywhere it exists. The Margarita Inn works towards that goal. Numerous studies have shown that the single-room occupancy housing first model is extremely effective because when you have the stability of 4 walls and a roof over your head, a room that locks, and 3 free meals a day, it's so much easier to then address underlying challenges you may have with mental health, substance abuse, or unemployment. And 70% of Margarita residents end up with a housing solution, twice the national average. So tonight's vote isn't about whether the Margarita Inn works. It's about whether we as a community value housing as a human right enough to invest in its long-term success. And that's why I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Pastor Laura, who will be followed by Aaron Cohen and then Charles Smith.
Good evening, Pastor Laura Harris-Free from Grace Lutheran. Tonight I speak in support of the Margarita Inn and Connections. Housing is a basic human right, and we know that it is the crux that holds someone's life together. I worked as a case manager before I was a pastor at an affordable housing building in Seattle, and we heard all of the same things there. That isn't the right location. The organization operating the building isn't doing a very good job. There isn't enough staff on site. So maybe the good news is that we're not alone in these comments. That also proves that there is no right place in all of America to house our unhoused neighbors, especially because no human being should be without shelter. If not us, then who? And if not here, then where? It will always be a bumpy road working with folks who are trying to stabilize their life, but Connections is willing to take on that bumpy work. And thank God for Connections being the folks willing to do this work when most others seem unwilling to be a positive force in this work. And so the Margarita Inn has been operating for a couple of years and continues to strive to offer the best care for their residents and neighbors. And it's time to affirm their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Aaron Cohen, who will be followed by Charles Smith and then Gwen Tucker. Is Aaron Cohen here? If not, then we'll move on with Charles Smith, who will be followed by Gwen Tucker and then Noah Polish.
Good evening, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe. I'm here to thank you all, the City Council, for granting us a license to continue our work at the Jensen Gardens, and to be able to report to you that it's had very, very positive effect. Our volunteers are showing up. We have tons of support. We have organized a major cleanup day and work day for June 9th. We'll probably be there the 7th, 8th, and 9th, but the 9th will be the big day. And to let you know that not a day goes by when I'm working down there that someone doesn't come up and thank me for all the work that we're doing down there. And I make sure to let them know that it's not a one-person project. There's a board, there's supporters, and there are volunteers, and we're all organized and mobilized to make a city resource available and a treasure for all of us to enjoy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gwen Tucker, who will be followed by Noah Polish and then Helen Hilken.
Hello, my name is Gwen Tucker, and I'm a resident in Evanston's 7th Ward. I feel very lucky to have grown up in Evanston, where I attended Lincolnwood, Haven, and ETHS, and where the values of justice, equity, and inclusion were first instilled in me. I currently attend college in Southern California, where I've gotten very involved in local advocacy for housing justice. I've seen firsthand that housing is what ends homelessness, and that safe communities are communities where everyone has access to the housing that they need. When I tell activists across the country about the place I'm from, I want to be able to talk about Evanston as an example of a community that actually values equity and welcomes all of our neighbors, regardless of economic status. I hope that today you will approve the special permits and operating agreement for the Margarita Inn, and that I will continue to be proud to be from Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Noah Polish, who will be followed by Helen Hilken.
Hello, my name is Noah Polish. I'm a recent ETHS graduate and a 7th Ward resident. From a young age, Evanston has taught me about social justice and protecting the most vulnerable. It's empowered me to fight for housing justice in Southern California with Gwen, where I now go to college. I urge you, Council, to vote to approve the special use permit and operating agreement for the Margarita Inn, and in so doing, act on the values that we allegedly care so much about. This is not a time for wishy-washiness because people's lives are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Helen Hilkin.
Hello. My name is Helen Hilkin. I'm a 40-year resident of the city, and I'm speaking tonight about the Harley Clark Mansion and grounds. I support the public-private partnership concept described in the memorandum by the Planning Department. I hope I can make 3 points this evening. First, we need to recognize that the Harley Clark Mansion and grounds are a unique community asset. And because of some of the neglect, if you will, of the past, we haven't been able to realize its benefit for the community. So I think that the city should invest with other community-minded partners in the renovation, restoration, and creative development of the site for the benefit of many, not just a few. Number two, I recently became involved with the Evanston Community Lake House and Gardens Group. Their previous plans and future goals highlight the importance of a collaboration such as one that was proposed. I've experience in raising a lot of money for Evanston entities, and I know this project can be successful. I need to say one final thing, if I can. I think it's important to recognize that a key part of this project is the Jen Stenson Gardens, and those volunteers have already shown their commitment to make a place better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to the online portion of our public comment. The first speaker will be Ms. Dolores Holmes, who will be followed by Mark Malchuk and then Rodney Dawkins. Ms. Holmes?
Okay, I'm trying to get my video going, but the host won't let me open it, so you can't see me. But good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Clerk, and to the rest of the council. I really came on to speak tonight about the school, the proposed school in the Fifth Ward. But I first want to say that I hope this council will do the right thing and go ahead and vote for the Margarita Inn. We can do our part, not a big part, but we can do our part in trying to help get rid of homelessness in Evanston. Now, for my real reason for being here tonight is that I've lived long enough to say over 50 years. I've watched this ward I love so much, the Fifth Ward, die in many, many ways. But I think the nail in the coffin really came with the closing of Foster School, because the school really did, our community really died after that. So we had lost so many other things, and then we lost Foster School. Here's a chance, city folk who can make some decisions. We certainly understand that they're two separate entities. However, we can do our part as a city by going ahead and supporting the proposed school that District 65 has. We have to do this. It's the right thing to do. I don't know if any of you have ever driven early in the morning and seen little black kids, little brown kids standing on the corner waiting for buses in snow and rain and heat, whatever. And I hope that this council will do the right thing, because I know that you care about it, and it's important in terms of helping to rebuild the Fifth Ward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mark Malchuk, who will be followed by Rodney Dawkins and then Mike Vasilko.
Hi, I'm Mark Malchuk, co-owner of 1601 and 1607 Simpson across from the proposed Fifth Ward School, and a member of the Hill Arts business community. Council members, Your Honor, fellow Evanstonians, and those of you who spoke in favor of the Fifth Ward School, please remember that the vote tonight for the Fifth Ward School project is only for the approval of the exemptions to major variances requested by the school board. This school of 900 students will have a huge impact on the community. Please vote no, as this is not a vote on if we need a school. We all agree we need a school. This is not a vote on the importance of education or voting against a school that this district deserves. This is only a vote on if we allow the school district to create a building that is so large it needs multiple major variances. We only need a K-5 elementary school for Fifth Ward students only, a smaller 350 school that needs no exemption. The District 65's overly aggressive timeline due to their financial issues should not dictate our community's timeline. Decisions made tonight by the City Council will impact this community for generations to come and are not ones to be taken lightly. This is our last opportunity to have a say in the proposed school, as the project is not required to follow the city's density, building, or climate action goals once these variations are approved. There are too many
Thank you very
misunderstandings, unanswered questions. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rodney Dawkins, who will be followed by Mike Vasilko and then Meg Welch. It looks like there may not be a Rodney Dawkins in the Zoom. In that case, we'll move ahead with Michael Vasilko, who will be followed by Meg Welch and then Tricia Connolly.
Thank you. Hopefully 3 quick items. Regarding the Margarita Inn, SP1 and SP2, my only comment is I feel a little uneasy about you taking action on it tonight, because if I understand it correctly, there's lawsuits pending, and there's also ethics violations pending, which could very much undo whatever vote you take tonight. So I personally just think it's prudent for you to wait until those other matters are resolved. SP3, Harley Clark. If what's described as a private partner is someone like or something like the Evanston Community Lake House and Gardens, then I think that's a good match. But I think the definition of when you say public-private, if the private entity is someone who's just out there to take advantage of the situation, I think that has to be policed, and I think a definition of what private entities would be considered needs to very carefully be described. Lastly, I sent an email to everyone about this $58 million that was found, overlooked.
Thank you very much.
I'd like somebody to answer that from staff about how taxpayers could receive possible tax refunds from that money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Meg Welch, who will be followed by Tricia Connolly and then Darlene Cannon.
So, good evening, Council. Yes, housing is a human right. However, it's a big leap to this operating agreement must be approved, or you don't believe housing is a human right. We want to have the strongest operating agreement where there is accountability built in that we can possibly get. And I must say that with the response that the alternative neighbor agreement got, the sort of lack of open-mindedness to some of its requests, it doesn't make those of us who live in the Fourth Ward feel that our complaints or concerns ongoing after the shelter continues to open, has its operating agreement, its license, will be heard. And also, I would like to say that I think that if I can't imagine a circumstance in which there would be a conflict of interest if someone receiving a direct benefit from an entity that they're voting on the interest of, if that's not a conflict of interest, wow, I can't really imagine what would apply. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who will be followed by Darlene Cannon and then Bernadette Burke. It looks like Tricia Connolly may not be in the Zoom, in which case we'll go to Darlene Cannon, who will be followed by Bernadette Burke.
Yes, thank you. Darlene Cannon, second ward. When no one else would take Connections residents, the Payton family did. And I think it's not only a shame, but it's a sham that Connections hasn't paid Tina Payton for the damage caused to her property by Connections residents. The damage was done almost 2 years ago, and the residents shot guns into the ceilings of her property, and only by the grace of God was no one injured. And the council has remained closed-mouthed about this travesty. And I, like everyone else, I'm concerned about prioritizing people because people come first. And I'd like to see Connections work with thresholds to provide professional services inside the Margarita Inn. And I want to hear about the ethics violation. It's problematic when elected officials such as Reed and Burns give rental assistance or are prioritized over families who are in crisis. It is not only unethical, but immoral for electeds to prioritize themselves over the taxpayers that voted to put them in office. This applies to all elected officials. It makes me question, are we really in it to help people or the most vulnerable residents of this community, or are we just in it for yet another photo op? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bernadette Burke.
Thank you. My name is Bernadette Burke, president of Dreller Productions, located for the last 17 years in the 5th Ward, across from the proposed 5th Ward project site. I'm here to ask the council to request amendments to the District 65 plan for the 5th Ward school to reduce the footprint to 2/3 of what is being requested and to remove the busing lay-by lane on Simpson Street. The current plan for the school is for 900 students with multiple buses in our congested community. The plan is not for just a 5th Ward school. It's for a citywide school and for an additional 3 grades, more than every other regular neighborhood elementary school. The Hill Arts business community has communicated that the density of traffic and parking for this area is not compatible with the current District 65 plan. These parking and density concerns have been documented since November of 2021, long before the plan was designed. I, like other members of the Hill Arts business community, are very supportive of a 5th Ward school. Our request is that it be reflective of the size lot and the density of the neighborhood. A reduced size plan would still allow for a very vibrant K-5 school without creating congestion that is unhealthy and potentially unsafe. The density of the school and its impact on the neighborhood does not reflect the city's approved CARP and Thrive goals. The 5th Ward community deserves a thoughtful plan that integrates the collective needs of the students, community members, and the businesses in the neighborhood. A strong foundation will ensure very healthy growth, while a weak one will generate problems. Thank you, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. It seems as though I missed one in-person sign-up. John Harris. Is there a John Harris here?
Good evening and thank you. My name is John Harris from the Coalition to End Homelessness in Evanston. We are a relatively new group of about 25 organizations in the community working together to end homelessness in Evanston. I've also spent time learning and working in such communities as Rockford, Phoenix, and Oak Park. And over the past 3 years, we've seen that the Housing First model works. When you get people into stable situations where they have a place to live, then work with them to provide wraparound services tailored to their individual needs, you set them on a path to productive lives. The Margarita Inn, like other interim housing programs in other communities across this country, has proven to work and is a critical piece to ending homelessness in Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment for the evening. This brings us to special orders of business. Would someone care to make a motion relevant to item SP1?
Mr. Mayor, it would be my honor and privilege to make a motion on ordinance 14-0-23, the special use for a rooming house in the R6 district at 1566 Oak Avenue.
Second.
Councilmember Nusma moves passage of ordinance 14-0-23. Councilmember Wynn seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I made my extended speech on this a couple weeks ago, so I'm not going to go into detail other than to say this is the right thing to do. This is working in other communities, and we have overwhelming support in this neighborhood. And so I want to say thank you to everybody who lives on Oak Street, who lives in the neighborhood, and who lives in other neighborhoods in Evanston for supporting this initiative. And I also want to say thank you to the folks who have expressed their concerns. And it's been my intention through this process to listen to everybody, to meet with everybody who has requested a meeting, and I have done my best to accommodate the concerns of the neighbors to make sure that we're putting together a program that we can all be proud of for years to come. So thank you to all the neighbors and the stakeholders that have been a part of this conversation. We're going to have a little bit more conversation on item SB2, and I'll hold my comments on this one for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, I agree with most of the speakers this evening that we do face a very big challenge with regard to housing our unhoused community. And I also believe that Evanston, that we should provide housing for everybody in our city. It's also incumbent on us as elected officials to ensure that we are providing safe environments for our residents, to ensure that our residents live in safe environments. So tonight I'm speaking primarily about housing justice and primarily about protecting those most vulnerable. It is essential that we have measures in place. I realize that the Connections for the Homeless Marguerite special use permit is going to get issued. I'm not, I understand that this is going to get approved, but first and foremost, it's incumbent on me in good conscience. I can't not speak to the importance of having safety measures in place. First, I'm not talking about evicting anybody. I'm not talking about closing anything down. This isn't about if, it's about how. And so our city, hired an excellent foremost expert on group housing who did craft a very strong operating agreement. This is essential for the safety of these residents who, are vulnerable and who don't often have advocate for themselves. So it's essential that we do this now. We don't have a normal licensing program. We rely on these operating agreements, and we need to have the provisions in our operating agreement that a licensing would normally have, that would include protections for these residents and protections that would also extend to neighbors. It doesn't do anybody good to have an operating agreement that isn't clear, that's amorphous, where the obligations for the operator isn't very clear. And as presently written, the operating agreement does not provide the needed clarity. It's too vague as to what the Connections for the Homeless obligations are. It needs to be more explicit. And so I can go on. Someone questioned, they were not rebutted. I can go on about, if I were provided the time, about the new provisions in Attorney Lauber's operating agreement that he wrote for the city that are dismissed and not present in the current one, that are so essential for the safety of these residents. If provided time, I believe we also have Attorney Lauber is with us. Can he, so those include things such as the non-retaliation provision is not present, that it's vague. And again, it's the specificity that really is the teeth that provides assurance for safety. So that is not, the specificity of non-retaliation provision is not present, and about reporting of violations and mistreatments. Staffing is not also, it just says 2 round-the-clock on-site staff. We need a little bit more about that, whether they're desk clerks at night or, there's nothing about that. Record keeping, this is essential. Attorney Lauber provides, much data that's required in order so that the city can effectively evaluate the efficacy of the program. We need to do that. We need to do that for these residents. All the data that he asked for, the record keeping, this is this is really essential so that we know that we're running a safe, a productive, effective operation. Emergency closing, that's something too. That's a new provision. All of this, and I can go on about response to safety incidents, preparation for emergencies, and I did mention Narcan last time. I agree with Attorney Lauber that residents should also be trained on that. I read a police report where a resident watched his roommate die of overdosing when he ran around looking for someone to help him. So all of these, and there's much more, but can we ask Attorney Lauber to speak a little bit to his new provisions and why they're so important and would in fact help ensure a safer environment? And I'm also very proud of all the Evanstonians here. I am proud to be an Evanstonian for the sentiments that have been expressed here this evening, but I cannot, having been very intimately involved trying to protect and advocate for residents, vulnerable residents, many of whom would be homeless, in the face of missing measures and safety nets in place, watching them live in fear, I can't in good conscience just say, okay, so that's essentially my position. But could we ask Attorney Lauber to address? I think he's here with us this evening.
Well, I guess you can do what you want with your time, including asking someone questions. The two questions I would flag is, number one, do you have a question for Daniel Lauber about the special use, which is what we're discussing at this time? And question two is, given that he was a consultant retained to support our legal department and we have our corporation counsel here, wouldn't it make more sense to ask questions of the corporation counsel?
Well, I believe he was hired, though, as an expert in group housing and this type of housing. That's why we hired him. So, I feel like I would like to hear from the expert that the city hired on behalf of the city to craft an operating agreement.
Point of order. I think if he's just going to pontificate on the operating agreement, that's more appropriate for SP2. If the council member has specific questions relating to SP1 or relating to...
Well, that was my first question. Do you have questions for Daniel Lauber about the special use, which is what we're debating right now?
No, I guess I would only say that because we have this new licensing program, we rely entirely, when we pass the special use, whatever is in the operating agreement is all we have to go on, since we don't have a licensing program. So I think one is integral to the other, but I guess it could wait till the discussion of the operating agreement. Although I will say, I do also have concerns about the ethics and the way that this has proceeded. And I think I think above all, good governance should always be in the forefront of the way we proceed. So I think we owe the residents an explanation. If there are two recusals or
certainly if you have an ethics question, I would not be comfortable with you asking a land use attorney who's not a part of our organization to opine on that.
I'm not asking him.
I'm sorry. No, I said
I'm not asking Attorney Lauber that. I'm asking.
So if you have, I guess your time is up, but if you have a specific question for our corporation counsel relative to SP1, go ahead and ask it, and then we'll move on to the next person.
So I'm concerned with regard to, recusals. Who's recusing and who? I understand that Councilmember Reed and Councilmember Burns are recusing themselves, and Councilmember Ravel. I think since my understanding is that you and your husband have donated upwards of $100,000, I think we should all be aware of this in order to understand people's interest. And again, this isn't about
Point of order. Just to be clear, are you alleging that Councilmember Ravel's interest here is in seeing the organization that she supports be successful in helping keep Evanston residents off the streets?
No, I very much value her sentiment, but I think I know in most ethics ordinance, if it isn't in line with what the general public is considered in terms of donations, that puts you in the field of recusal. So if it's out of the ordinary of what a general public would donate, that generally speaking, that's cause for recusal.
Right. Well, I think your question has been made clear. So if the Corporation Council has any input on this, Go ahead.
Good evening, members of City Council, Mayor Biss, Clerk Mendoza, City Manager Stowe, Nicholas Cummings, Corporation Council. All three members of City Council have been provided advice and counsel with regard to any alleged or purported conflicts. As I say all the time with this position, we only give advice, and people can take that advice. I believe all advice has been followed consistently by each individual person based upon the advice that was given, and that is not for me to share, attorney-client privilege, and that privilege is held with the client. So I will say, with respect to what you just discussed concerning Councilmember Revelle, the Evanston City Code, when it comes to ethics, talks about conflicts being present if it benefits the member of the council. What we're talking about here is purported bias because a council member is supporting an applicant financially completely separate from their duties on the council. So I am not aware, and I have not been made aware of any benefit that's bestowed upon Councilmember Revelle for her vote related to this issue, only that she is given money outside of her capacity as a member of City Council. So I do not believe in reading the Evanston City Code and checking with our special counsel. I believe my reading of the Evanston City Code is correct. Without a benefit going to the member of council, it is not a conflict of interest.
So when it's way beyond that, very much distinguishable from the general public?
I think the question has been answered. Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. I'm not going to go through it again. I stated my case on the first vote on this. I don't know where you're understanding that I was going to accuse myself. I plan on voting on this issue. There are 17 ethics complaints filed against me, so if there are 3 more people that want to make it an even 20, let's go for it. I firmly believe in my ability to vote on this item. I received general assistance that was available to anyone in the public. To the best of my knowledge, I did not ask for nor receive any special treatment, and so my almost lifelong record on these issues would clearly indicate that this is something I would be supporting, so much so that I even, again, asked for it to be potentially in my ward, which I don't know if that's typical for a council member to ask for a shelter for individuals facing homelessness to be located in their ward. So I appreciate the concerns. There, like I said, 17. Let's make it 20. So we'll have this discussion with the ethics board, and I look forward to making clear what the rules are. So, thank you.
First of all, I was remiss in not saying earlier, would the clerk please add Councilmember Suffredin to the roll? And with that, seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to pass ordinance 14-0-23? This is, again, final action.
Councilmember Suffredin?
No.
Councilmember Revelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hidakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 14-0-23 is passed. This brings us to item SP2. Would someone care to make a motion here?
Mr. Mayor, it's my privilege to make the motion on item SP2, which is Resolution 37-R-23, authorizing the city manager to sign an operating agreement with Connections for the Homeless.
Second.
Councilmember Nusma moves passage of Resolution 37-R-23. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We kind of got into this discussion a little bit earlier than I had anticipated. So right now we are going to be focusing not on the special use. That thankfully is behind us. We're talking about the operating agreement now. And the operating agreement is one of the mechanisms, one of the legs of the three-legged stool we've been putting in place to make sure that we're setting a high bar of of expectations and allowing the city to have some oversight to make sure not only that the people in the care of the Margarita Inn are receiving the services that they need, but that they if they get that care, if they get the services, then the impact on the community is minimal. So I want to thank the folks who have been a part of putting this operating agreement together. Also, thank you to Councilmember Kelly for bringing in Attorney Lauber. We have incorporated some of his input in the previous version, which we saw 2 weeks ago. Between Monday the 8th and this evening, we've taken another look and tightened up a few requirements even more, taking Mr. Lauber's input into account, taking some input into account from some community members. So I do have a motion to make on an amended operating agreement. I have made that motion in writing in an email that went out to council and the mayor and the city manager earlier this evening. So I will formally make that motion now on that amendment.
I really appreciate your practice of sending these things in writing in advance. Just for the benefit of the public, would you mind just giving a quick summary of the motion so they know what we're talking
Absolutely.
about?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 changes. I'll go through them fairly quickly. We moved the statement about the percentage of Evanston residents served into the recitals section. It's now in one of the whereas comments. And we also added a clarification that the onboarding process should include screening for mental and physical health issues. In section B6, we added the requirement that the manager should be required to take appropriate action after an issue, after being notified about an issue. In item B9, regarding the prohibition of loitering and panhandling on adjacent properties, we are on Margarita Inn property. We're also extending that to adjacent properties. In paragraph B16, which is staffing minimums, we have specified that the overnight employees may not be Margarita residents, and we added a reference to the organizational chart and staffing plan that are part of Margarita's operating manual. And that will be reviewed on at least an annual basis when the operating agreement and license is renewed. Paragraph B17, we specify the exact name of the database that Connections is using to track all the data relative to their clients. We added a new section which is requiring Connections to provide an annual report on the outcomes of Margarita Inn, which renumbered some paragraphs. So the new paragraph 23, we tightened up some language regarding grievances and discrimination complaints. Paragraph 25, we explicitly called out the Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. We didn't have to do that. They would have been required anyway since they're federal law, but we just made it more explicit. And last but not least, we took the extra S, the extraneous S off of Betty Boggs' name on the last page of the agreement. So those are in summary, the changes.
Councilmember Newsman moves the aforementioned changes to the proposed operating agreement. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Mr. Cummings, do you want to weigh in before any vote were to occur on this?
I just wanted to let the council know that the amendment made to B9 is not supported by law department staff. The proposed amendment to paragraph B9, the prohibition of loitering, panhandling on adjacent properties, is not supported by the law department staff. It's virtually hard. It's really difficult. First of all, it's the police department's purview. But second of all, we felt in previous versions it's very difficult to force a property owner to try and enforce loitering matters on other properties that are not their property. So you can certainly vote on it, include it, but I just wanted to let the council know that the law department did not support that change.
At this time, there are a few people in line waiting to speak. Council members Kelly and Reed in particular. Did you want to speak to the amendment, or did you want to? Okay. And Councilmember Kelly, did you want to speak to the amendment? No. So we'll begin in that case with Councilmember Reed.
Yes. As you're reading, that one caught my eye as well and was concerning to me. And for the reasons that Council Cummings mentioned it also in my spare time, looking at just constitutional law, it feels a bit concerning there. I don't know if there is the willingness to remove the reference to adjacent property. I think it's almost impossible for even connections to enforce this on their tenants, essentially. Can't. So I know a lot of work went into this, and I know folks have agreed to it. I would just be more comfortable removing that particular language. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Keep it in.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the amendment to?
Sorry.
Yep, go ahead. Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I would like to vote for this and vote for it comfortably. So I will move to, sorry, Jonathan. I will move to remove particularly the language about adjacent properties in B9.
Second.
Can you put this amendment in writing, Councilmember?
Oh, shucks. Yes. Okay. 1 second.
While you're doing that, I will just jump in here and say I am pleased to
Councilmember
be
Nusma.
having this kind of conversation where we're slogging through the details of how to do this and having moved well beyond the question of if.
While we're doing this, Mr. Cummings, I realize we are in the absolute epicenter of my procedural deficiencies, let's say. Councilmember Newsom made a motion which has been seconded. What's being proposed is an amendment to that motion which hasn't yet passed. So would we then take a vote on Councilmember Reed's amendment, which would then essentially determine what amendment of Councilmember Newsom we're voting on afterwards?
That is correct.
Whew. I wasn't betting on myself there, let me just say. Eventually you got lucky.
All right. I think I sent it.
So Councilmember Reed moves the deletion of the previously mentioned aspect of Councilmember Newsom's amendment, specifically the part that refers to loitering in properties adjacent to the Margarita Inn. Councilmember Revelle seconds, is that correct? We now all have it in writing, in shorthand.
It's copied and pasted.
But no, I understood. Is there any discussion on Councilmember Reed's amendment to Councilmember Newsom's amendment? Seeing none, will the clerk please take the roll on this most recent amendment to amendment?
Councilmember Sufferton?
Yes.
Councilmember Revelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
No.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and the amendment is amended. So now, seeing no further discussion on the amendment, would the clerk please take the roll on Councilmember Newsom's amendment, which has been pared back in this one respect?
Councilmember Sufferton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Wynn?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries, and Resolution 37-R-23 is now amended. Now we continue our discussion of the amended 37-R-23. Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. Yeah, I have several questions. So is the proposed, is it a smoke-free environment? That I'm not real clear on.
So, yes, in
It
accordance
is.
with the City of Evanston's Clean Air Ordinance.
Right, so when I read through that, that doesn't spell out to me that it would be prohibited.
So
It's like 25, it looks like 25% of the rooms, people could smoke in their rooms, if I'm reading this. I mean, I went through it several times. I just don't see where in the Clean Air Act, Chapter 18.
According to the city's ordinance, the smoking would be allowed in rooms if connections within their rules of how they run the facility allowed smoking in the rooms. There is no smoking allowed in common areas of the building, according to the city's ordinance for the Clean Air Ordinance.
So I guess I need clarification. Is it a smoke-free environment?
It is a smoke-free environment inside the building. There is smoking allowed on the outside deck, outside patio area.
But if we were just to, the operating agreement as it stands now just makes reference to the fair housing, to our Clean Air Act, and that in itself does not prohibit smoking inside private residence rooms.
Correct.
So that's
according to
where,
the ordinance.
again, where the specificity is so important in an operating agreement. If we want it to be, a smoke-free environment, then it has to say that explicitly. And again, Attorney Lauber did an excellent job of really writing out all the fine details necessary to create that a healthier environment. And that's where I'd really like to ask him if he could have a little extra time, not run my clock. We hired him as a city, as an expert to speak to the new provisions that he included that are not in the agreement that we're asked to vote on tonight. Would that be okay?
I'll just repeat, if you want to ask somebody a question, you're welcome to.
Okay, so I would like to ask Attorney Lauber if he could speak to the provisions, many of them, the non-retaliation provisions, on reporting violations, mistreatment, staffing, record keeping, emergency closing order, like what triggers that, the smoking, again, even that, response to safety incidents, preparation for emergencies, all really detailed, and again, ensure and there's no reason that this really couldn't still happen. I mean, we're not talking about, nobody would get kicked out. It's about just doing this right, and that's what I'm advocating for. Substance use disorders, again, like, why wouldn't we want to go along with his, recommendation of having residents trained in administering Narcan? And reasonable accommodations, I think that's also important. So if Attorney Lauber could just speak a little bit to the importance of these provisions that you've added and why these are so important. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I want to make one thing really, really clear. I lived in Evanston for 17 years, and if I still lived in Evanston, I probably would have been among the people speaking in favor of the special use permit, at least based on my approach to housing, without having actually seen the hearings. But I also spend most of my work either representing group housing arrangements or crafting regulations to make sure that the people in these living arrangements are protected. And one of the things that got me very concerned with this operating agreement, quite honestly, is how loosey-goosey it is. It lacks specificity that leaves everybody at a disadvantage, namely the city, connections, which doesn't really know what it has to comply with, and the residents of the home. So among the things that are important to do is, for example, with the staffing minimums. The city council has just approved the special use permit based on the recitations of connections that it will provide a certain level of staffing, very specific level. In my recommendations, I took exactly what the levels that Connections says it will maintain and put that in there with the requirement that if they wish to reduce their level of staffing, they need to notify the city and get city consent. That seems rather reasonable. It's basically it also requires that a manager and supervisor be on call at all times. It's important to look at the specifics, and I obviously don't have the time to go through all these specifics. Record keeping. You can't just say they do an annual report. There's no clarity there of what they're supposed to give you. You can't just refer to some software program that they use. There's no clarity as to what's required. Instead, I've suggested the collection and distribution to the city of certain clear data, including number of residents, median and mean number of residents, length of residency, demographic data, where people come from. There's a concern expressed that this is serving Evanston residents. The number and nature of violations, safety incidents, and a whole number of things that would enable the city council to evaluate if indeed Connections is living up to its assertions and being as effective as we all hope it will be. There's a crying need for a reasonable accommodation policy. I searched the Evanston ordinances on Municode and could not find any clear recitation of a reasonable accommodation policy or process, which is essential for people with disabilities, and this is going to be housing people with disabilities. There's a need to assure that the residents are protected from retaliation, and I've never heard of an ordinance that refers to the operator's policy. It's critical that the ordinance provides specific details to prevent retaliation and handle the process for complaints that a resident might file or even a staff member might file. Now, I realize this is looking at problems developing, but the idea is if you have these kind of protections in the ordinance, in the operating agreement, it will provide those protections to the residents. Forgive me for saying ordinance, but these are the sort of things that normally go in a licensing law ordinance for this kind of a use. And what I put together was really largely derived from the licensing ordinance that I worked on with the attorneys for the city of Dallas, Texas, 11 years ago, for boarding houses and rooming houses and shared living arrangements, as well as the licensing ordinance I worked with John Palladini, wonderful city attorney then in Prescott, Arizona. We know from, as far as I know, there have not been problems implementing these ordinances with the specificity that is so critical to making sure that the operation works properly. For example, the required documents. What was put in the operating agreement is really watered down. There's really no specificity, and what I put together suggesting the 5 elements I suggested are rather essential for the city to know. I mean, it includes a copy of their plan for screening people to determine if they're under the influence of alcohol or controlled substances, and their plan for immediate and long-term needs for those admitted to the Margarita Inn, their security plan, their any good neighbor policy that they do adopt, their policies and procedures for ensuring the safety of residents, staff, and volunteers, their procedures that can include performing criminal background checks, which we do have in the ordinance in the agreement, fortunately, codes of conduct for staff, their rules of operating. It says exactly what they need to provide. And the city and Connections and the residents of the Margarita will all be better off with specificity. So I applaud the city council for, philosophically at least, for approving the special use permit. Again, I did not attend the hearings. I realize this is nuanced, so I don't know if they met the standards or not. I assume the city council feels they did meet the standards for the special use permit. But it's really critical to include in the operating agreement, since there is no detailed licensing requirements or standards, the sort of standards that go in a licensing ordinance. And these have been very successful in Dallas and Prescott, and they would be wise here. And typical, the watering down is the concern over a substance use disorder. This is a very important thing. It's very good that Connections is allowing people with substance use disorder in this Margarita Inn. It's critical to have this kind of housing available, but it's also critical that staff and residents are trained in the use of Narcan. The manufacturer of Narcan has a 9-minute video on its website and on YouTube training people in this, and people need to understand that you can't just administer Narcan. You've got to get medical care immediately. So as Alderwoman Kelly mentioned about the person who witnessed their roommate dying, if they had had training in Narcan and if it had been readily available, and the residents all have to know where they can get it in the building, that would have saved a life. So please understand, the suggestions I've made in here are intended to protect the residents and give the city and Connections real clarity as to what they need to provide and what the city's obligations are as well. So I would encourage you to give us a chance to discuss this further and hopefully come back with a more complete operating agreement. But that, of course, is your legislative choice, and I certainly, of course, respect that and leave it up to you.
Thank you very much. So I agree. I think this is, for the most part, we're seeing cities moving away from establishments with large numbers of homeless, but we are moving forward on this. I think it's particularly given the large number, we really have to have a tight operating agreement to ensure their safety. And, it's just really so critical for the safety of the residents. And so I wish we would consider incorporating all of Attorney Lauber's recommendations here. I think it's really essential. Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we'll go back first to Councilmember Reed with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I want to be genuine. I certainly appreciate the sentiment and where both Councilmember Kelly and Attorney Lauber are coming from. I will say that, just remind all of us up here and everyone out there, we are legislators. We have the power to make motions. And I think anyone who has concerns with something, if the goal isn't just to try to poison the well and extend things, you make a motion to actually try to change that thing. And I've yet to hear that. Secondly, some of these requirements are, I think, too onerous. Take one, for example, the Narcan expectation that every resident, I guess, in order to be a resident of the Margarita Inn, you have to know how to use Narcan. I don't expect every resident to step up and have to be a hero. I mean, we can't really expect that of everyone. And sure, optional training and the desire to get folks trained is a great thing. We want as many people to do that, but it's almost as if we create some liability for someone that you're trained in, the use of Narcan, you're trained in CPR, and maybe you panicked in the moment. You didn't know what to do, and that training kind of went out the window. And so I think it's reasonable for staff to be mandated through some agreement, but I think to put that mandate on residents, just in my view, and I think research on human behavior may back this up, is not a reasonable expectation, particularly for a community agreement, operating agreement in this sense. So I'd just be interested in, if these are genuine concerns and folks aren't looking to just poison the well, I'd just love to hear some specific motions that are sent to us in writing with in proper procedure. So, thank you.
Mr. Cummings?
I could offer insight as well if the council is interested as to why certain provisions. I mean, first, the vast majority of Mr. Lauber's suggestions were incorporated into the agreement. I will say that. But I can offer explanation if the council is interested as to why certain provisions were excluded, particularly with respect to Narcan. Is our understanding that Narcan has been approved by the FDA as an over-the-counter drug. So to require specific training, we felt, to Councilmember Reed's point, was onerous. But I think the bottom line is we're getting a fine line between an operating agreement and having the city operate the facility. And I think a lot of the requirements that were included were putting the city in a position that actually Connections for the Homeless should be in, and not the city. And so, for example, the retaliation provision I think is pretty specific enough, but it's also supported by the city's human rights ordinance. So to put further pressure on the city with respect to like requests for accommodations, the city's not running the facility. Connections is. So the city's here to enforce and not necessarily run the facility.
It continues to be the case that no one is asking to speak for a first time. So continuing with second cracks, Councilmember Newsma with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Council Cummings addressed part of what I was going to say, which was to acknowledge that most of Mr. Lauber's input has been incorporated in one way, shape, or form. The version we have now amended is a little bit more explicit in acknowledging some of his input. For example, we are now calling out the Americans with Disabilities Act by name and the Affordable Housing Act by name, rather than just saying relevant federal law. So it's changes like that we've made. I had the opportunity to speak with Councilmember Kelly and Attorney Lauber on Friday. So I went through all these changes with them at that time. I also want to make sure that it's understood that we are essentially incorporating by reference the Margarita Inn Participant Handbook and Connections Operating Manual. If those documents are ever revised by Connections, they are obligated per this operating agreement to let the city know. And we do have, as part of this new license process, the opportunity to review those procedures, review all those documents on an annual basis. And if we need to make changes in the future, we certainly have the mechanism built in to be able to do that. Going back to how this discussion started, we were talking about smoking, so referring to Section GG of the Residence Handbook, which is page 13, smoking is not allowed inside of the shelter at any time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we could copy and paste all 20 pages here into our ordinance, but it's all here, and I think what we have in front of us now, as amended, is appropriately strict, yet flexible enough to allow Connections to react to changes in their operating environment, changes in the homeless population that they serve, which occur on probably even a daily basis. And what we've put together here is extremely effective and regards Connections as a trusted partner. Because they have the expertise in this area. This is not the city's homeless shelter. This is Connections for the homeless who have decades of experience doing this work. We are trusting that they will be able to continue to do this work and have set the high bar that when the current managers and employees are enjoying their blissful retirement in 20, 30 years or fewer, that we can count on them to continue doing this work at a very high level. So I'm completely comfortable with where we're at, and I'm looking forward to voting on this.
It's still the case that no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 1 minute and 45 seconds left.
Thank you. So I think we don't have licensing anymore per se. We have this one size fits all. So it is incumbent on us to make sure that in the operating agreement, we're stating things like if it's a smoke-free environment, it needs to say that, not reference, because as you just saw, our Clean Air Act, it doesn't preclude smoking in the Margarita Inn. It would say that 25% of the rooms, the private rooms, residents could smoke. So if that's what we want, we can't refer people back to the latest edition of a handbook. Those change year to year. We as a city, we have to make sure that in that operating agreement, everything we want for the safety and welfare of those residents is explicitly in that operating agreement, including, like the smoking, including staffing. I checked with other places that said, if it's round the clock, they would say 2 desk clerks, or as Attorney Lauber said, 1 that's awake. This just says 2 staff members. All of these have to be explicit, what we expect for the safety of these residents. Record keeping, I don't know why we wouldn't want as a city, again, we don't have a licensing program that defines, that would now stipulate what's required under this, transitional housing for the unhoused. So, this record keeping is so important. We should care about the efficacy of this program. We should want to see that it's working, and all of this data that that Attorney Lauber is recommending should be included. And yes, Councilmember, I did. My understanding from Councilmember Newsma was that Connections wanted to meet with me regarding it, the operating agreement. I was prepared to discuss this and hoping last Friday, but it ended up just being Jonathan. I was hoping that it could be modified and changed, and would be, but it wasn't. We only heard of these what I feel are very vague and somewhat amorphous minor changes that really don't put any of those necessary teeth that will protect the residents in it. So yes, I will move to table this, to bring this back with tighter. But I know where that's going to go.
Okay,
but
so,
I'm happy to do that.
So you're moving to table it to what date?
Till our next council meeting.
So Councilmember
So I
Kelly
will
moves
bring
to
this back with-
table this item to the June 12th City Council meeting. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. There's no one who's asking to speak for a first or second time. So we go back to third cracks to Councilmember Reed, who has just 45 seconds left.
Yeah, I will use less than that, surprisingly. Again, motions can be made. That's all I'll say. I think it's disingenuous to have this whole, almost 20 minutes of show without making a single motion to fulfill the goals that you see fit. I saw something that I didn't like earlier, which was the loitering on public property adjacent, and I made a motion to change it. And I think that's what, we are here. We have a specific power that no one else in the community has. And if we're not going to attempt to make motions to improve things, I think it is disingenuous, and it leads me to believe that some of this is not about really wanting to create that change. And so that folks are saying, I encourage us to use our power as council members.
So Councilmember Kelly, your time is up, but if you want to make a motion, I'll recognize you to do that.
Thank you. I just want to say I worked very hard to tighten the operating agreement, including bringing Attorney Lauber forward, including meeting. I've worked countless hours on this. So yes, I know where the tsunami of sentiment is going on this, but I also think it's very important that people care about the quality of living for these residents. I don't think, I'm not.
Councilmember, are you making
I'm
a
not,
motion?
I think I already did, and I think it didn't get a second, right?
That was right. That was,
so-
yes, correct.
So that's it. Anyway, I hope everybody will care and understand and listen to the very residents that live in the Margarita Inn, that live in other establishments in our city, and advocate for them and advocate for quality living experience. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on Resolution 37-R-23, which, just as a reminder, has been amended as suggested by Councilmember Nusma, adjusted as suggested by Councilmember Reed.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Ravel? Aye. Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Heracles?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and Resolution 37-R-23, as amended, is passed. This brings us to item SP3. Would anyone care to make a motion to facilitate a discussion on this item?
I will move item SP3, discussion regarding rehabilitation and adaptive use of 2603 Sheridan Road, commonly known as the Harley Lyman Clark Mansion, which I think it's commonly known as the Harley Clark Mansion.
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves that we begin a discussion on the Lyman Mansion. Councilmember Ravel seconds. We begin with Councilmember Ravel.
Thanks. Well, thank you. I appreciated this extensive.
Hold on one second, Councilmember. I know that there's a lot of movement of people, and I want to thank everyone for their interests over the course of many months in the previous issue. But I would just ask people to keep it down as they exit so that those who have stayed for the upcoming items can hear the subsequent discussion. Councilmember Ravel.
Well, just real briefly, I really appreciated the extensive memo that we had in the packet, and I certainly agree that a realistic financial strategy is very much needed as we think about next steps for Harley Clark. There were 3 models that are in the memo, and the first one, rehabilitation and use as a public project. I understand that to mean that the city would raise the money and do all of it, which I think is not what the council has in mind. The second model is disposition and rehabilitation as a private project, and I think that's what we tried most recently with the Artist Bookhouse. And so, fundraising alone on the shoulders of a particular nonprofit, for example, is not really a sustainable business model. So I think what we're going to talk about this evening is the idea of a public-private partnership and how that might work. So I guess I'm going to ask staff to give us a little more background about what a request for expression of interest would look like for us and how that would be different from a normal RFP. So I have a couple of questions in specific. Anyway, if you could just give us sort of an overview of that.
Of course, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, Clerk Mendoza, council members. My name is Cade Sterling. I'm a city planner with the city. I principally administer the Historic Preservation Program. Very quickly, one quick clarification to what you were talking about. Disposition and use as a private project would be sale of the property to a private entity, not leasing. So the previous example, long-term lease with the Artist Bookhouse, that's what I would consider a passive or inactive private-public partnership. And then quickly to answer your question, the difference between like an RFP or a request for expressions of interest is the RFP is relatively specific in that it looks for solutions to a prescribed problem that the city has. In this case, we asked for individuals that were interested in a long-term lease agreement, where a request for expression of interest is to say that the city is open to a myriad of different alternatives, and we're asking individuals to tell us what they think is possible.
Mm-hmm. So one difference in my mind with an RFP is we say, the groups that are interested in submitting a proposal can't communicate with city staff or elected officials. It's very much a hands-off kind of process. Is that at all different with this request for expressions of interest? Is there more give and take?
I think we would be clear with our transparency and what we were willing to be flexible on to have them respond to, but I don't think it'd be like having a collection of individuals in the room and coming to an agreement. It would be similar that they would submit their ideas to us, and you would review them collectively.
But so, once they submitted their ideas, then the ideas, we would deal with those ideas as they were, as opposed to kind of a back and forth give and take to help them flesh it out. And I'm particularly interested in whether there's, what kind of role the Landmarks Illinois group might play in this whole process.
So they could play one of two roles. A role that they commonly play is that they facilitate that request for expression of interest themselves, and then they pass along that information to the municipality or the owner of the property. Alternatively, they could market that request for us. They obviously have a much larger and broader reach than we do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And as a request for expressions of interest, is that normally 6-month process? And I mean, our last RFP was a 9-month process. Do you have an idea of kind of length of time we would want to have?
I don't have any idea for what's common or what's not common. I would say that 9 months would probably be a longer term. I think 6 months would be fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just be interested in what my colleagues have to say about what their thoughts are about moving in this direction with asking for expressions of interest.
Councilmember Reed, followed by, let me try this again. Councilmember Reed, followed by Newsmith, followed by Kelly.
Thank you. I learned something new. I've heard of RFPs and RFQs and RF all kinds of things. RFEI was something new for me, a request for expression of interest. I am supportive of moving down a similar route there with I think we should put everything on the table, or in fact, we should just have the table and have other people tell us what is on the table, and that's what I really like about this expression of interest pathway. I do think we need to make clear that as we move forward with this, what is, what the table is, or to use Councilmember Newsma's metaphor, the pizza. What is the pizza that we're talking about? And I think it's clear that the grounds, the Jens Jensen grounds, would certainly be accessible to whoever, if we choose to go down the route of someone using and rehabbing, going through an adaptive reuse process with the space. Certainly, I think it needs to be clear that they have full access to use the grounds, but there is a group that soon enough will have the right to maintain the grounds and to keep it up to the Jens Jensen landscaping standards. I do believe that we maybe should have settled that before we had this discussion. But I think it's fine that we're here. I do think it's also should be, made clear that during this process that also the coach house is going to be separate of the main mansion, and then that will also be utilized by the Jens Jensen group. And so I am actually really open to any possibility here. I don't have a hard line really anywhere as far as what happens with the mansion. But I do think, my hard line is we made pretty clear, we've taken very clear steps with one group. We're pretty far along. We had a vote about a month or so ago regarding moving forward with the lease with the Jens Jensen group. So we're negotiating that now. I think we need to finish that process and get into a lease or a license agreement with them, particularly for the grounds and the coach house. And from there, I think we can have a real robust discussion about what happens with the mansion and make sure that pizza is, not too big for any one entity to take on. I also think that a 9-month process would be too long. I think keeping it to a shorter window makes sense. I think going out and finding wherever we can combine, if it's enough money, combine outside funding to make this happen from other units of government or grants, important. So I'm I guess I say all of that to say that I'm really pushing, I really support what I think Councilmember Ravel is also expressing support for, which is moving forward with the RFEI. I guess my caveat is specifically for the mansion with a clear expectation of, what is in play and what is not in play, given what I think the indication of our relationship with the Jens Jensen Garden Group will be. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Kelly, followed by Suffredin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Cade here. Does an RFEI, would that require Harley Clark to be designated as a historic property?
So it is already designated locally. I think maybe what you're referring to is in the memo, we talk about registering it as a national register.
Thank you for knowing what I mean.
Property. It doesn't require it. The reason that that's a really low barrier that would be a wonderful next step is that that's very often a requirement to access the full range of tax credits and incentives, and not to actually have it be registered, but have it be identified as being eligible, and that's something that happens through the state's Historic Preservation Office.
So I love the idea of bringing in or tapping into sources of revenue that we haven't looked at yet. What constraints would that put on us if we did go through that process? Would there be constraints?
So first, it's somewhat complicated if the city would want to retain ownership or 100% ownership. It's complicated even through a long-term lease, whether you can access these incentives or not, because one of the requirements is that you're an income-producing use, you're a tax-generating use. And so other than that, it doesn't put any stipulations on the city. What it would put stipulations on if you access that funding is you're required to follow the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties to accommodate the rehabilitation. So there's an added layer of regulatory control at it's the federal level, but facilitated through the state.
Thanks. I guess I'm in favor of moving forward with this process just because it'll generate some ideas maybe that we haven't considered before, and that's never a bad thing to have more ideas. I'm sure I'm not the only one on the council who is kind of dreading going through this process again. It'll be the first time for many of us, the second or third time for maybe fourth. I just want to get this done. I want to make a decision and have it stick, regardless of what that decision is. And I want to be open to all options at this point. And I'll refer to our as yet to be completed discussion on city council goals, top 5, housing, equity, CARP, economic development, and finance. The list goes on for 5 more. Nowhere on that list is Harley Clark. Nowhere on that list is preserving an old house on the lakefront. And I think we need to keep that in mind as we go through this process and make sure we are steering our attention to where it needs to be focused. And we're the masters of our own destiny here, calling our own shots and not just reacting to the situation that we unfortunately find ourselves in. So let's just keep our eyes on our overall community objectives as we go through this is my request to the community. Thanks.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Suffredin.
I'd like to propose another maybe option with the entities that responded to the RFP in 2020. Could we possibly could staff reach out and see who among them is still interested? And if they are interested, provide us with all of their presentations. And if any of them want to present to us, just have a day where those entities present. Since that was the old council, let the new council, hear what's already been submitted, and then we rate the proposals rather than doing a whole new RFP.
Is that a question for our legal department or
no,
for the
I'm suggesting that rather than do a whole nother RFP, that we just reach out and see of those who applied, minus the book house, obviously, but which ones are still interested, and then just proceed from there.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Yeah, I guess it's a question of Luke, along the lines of what Jonathan was saying. I mean, Civic Center's still falling apart, Service Center's still falling apart, Police and Fire Headquarters still falling apart. How are we going to prioritize Harley Clark appropriately, since it really serves no city function, and all three of those buildings do? Is there a lot of staff time that's being put into this? Or well, how are we going to do this?
Are you suggesting that like wrenchingly polarizing debates is not a city function?
We just got one off the table. We're inviting another one. And the building we're in right now is like literally falling apart. The service center, falling apart. Police and Fire Headquarters, falling apart. How can we do this and get something done with Harley Clark and still like prioritize appropriately with the actual like city functions that we are expected to provide? And Kate, I love working with you, man. So that's not like a slam on you, dude, but like, how do we do this, man? Because I think otherwise this is just a big distraction from more important things, or more urgent things, or more core municipal function things.
Question for you, or
whoever wants to take it, man.
I mean, I think that's a significant question, right? And I think that's one of the three models which is the most common and the most expedient, is disposition of the property, is sale of the property, which would leave the city, other than crafting what that development agenda looks like and what easements you want to apply to it, whether it's public access easements on the grounds, et cetera, before the sale happens, preservation easements on the exterior. All those things are possible, but that would, I think, answer your question. Maybe that's the model you would prefer, and that is the most expedient and common.
Okay. I mean, we got to get out of this thing, man. Like, this building is just, I've been here 6 years, and it's been a nonstop thing. Like, we've got larger issues that need to be resolved that are like core municipal service infrastructure needs. This is a building that has tremendous potential if the right person were to come forward and with a lot of money, or the right organization. But like, man, like, we can't do 2 years of this. Like, we just can't. Like, I don't think the city wants it. The residents of the city, I don't think it's good for the government. Like, whatever gets us out the cleanest and the fastest is the way to do it, man.
And I would also just respond to that we do have a very significant offer from one of the really preeminent national preservation organizations, Landmarks Illinois, to really assist us. And another answer to your question would be to lean on that assistance very heavily.
Totally. I mean, like, but somebody's got to come up with money, right? Like, that's, at the end of the day, they're going to help us find an entity with money to do this. I mean, that's what all of this comes down to, money, and the money that we need to spend on like higher priority infrastructure needs. I mean, we just can't do 2 years of whatever. We got to get this done faster, man. And I know that's not like your fault, but like, we got to get out of this, dude. We can't do 2 more years of this. Is like too much. Like, we got to get done with this.
Councilmember Hedekaris.
So if staff can fill us in, last time we had this process, it took a significant amount of time to get the RFPs. For the expressions of interest, do you think that maybe in 4 months we could have a list of potential projects? And then I think that's when we'd kind of know when, because I think I'm in agreement with what Councilmember Suffredin and Councilmember Newsma both said about spending a lot of money. I think looking at the proposals and see what is required or asked of the city in that partnership, I think will be a lot more clear down the line. But could you kind of fill us in about like timing as far as receiving these? Because I know we have some organizations that have presented in the past. I would like to see the old presentations if staff could forward those on, but I would also think it'd be fair for everyone to resubmit, considering this is a new process as well.
I would recommend that they resubmit through this new process. Really, one of the primary reasons for that is that under the previous RFP, they were relatively handicapped by what they were able to propose, and I think through just requiring the long-term lease as the solution, it also limited the potential funding sources and the potential uses that they could have. So it's entirely possible that some of the entities that proposed previously, under kind of a new understanding of what the rules may be, could have even more successful proposals the second time around that are even more financially solvent.
Great, thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back for second cracks to Councilmember Ravel with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Okay. I would, to respond a bit to Councilmember Sufferton, I would also say, though, that we had a resounding expression of support from the broader community in the advisory referendum, where 80% voted yes, they want to have us save the mansion. So at some point, that referendum will be ancient history, but I think it's still current for us. We have had renewed expression of interest from all of the entities that submitted proposals before, and I guess I would say that yes, we would want to have an updated proposal from each of them, and they may have new, different, broader, bigger ideas because of the issues that we're discussing this evening. So I think they're interested, which is great, and if we can issue this request for expressions of interest and see if there are elaborations that come with renewed proposals from them. And I guess I do have to go back to Councilmember Reed. The whole council, I guess, did approve the license to Jens Jensen, but the direction and to develop a lease with Jens Jensen was only approved at the ANPW level. So the whole council has not really agreed yet to move forward with a long-term lease with Jens Jensen. And we've had at least one of the groups that has proposed, has submitted a proposal for us, would very much like to be able to use the coach house as well as the mansion. So I'm reluctant to preclude the use of the whole property.
It's still the case that no one's asking to speak for the first time, so Councilmember Reed with 1:20 left.
Thank you. Councilmember Ravel, your recollection is correct that the whole council did not vote to approve a lease with the Jens Jensen group, but and I don't remember if you were one of the folks, but and not that this is binding, that me making a suggestion is binding, but when we entered into the phase to say let's issue a temporary lease as we're working out permanent long-term agreements, which is the vote that this body took a few weeks ago, I encouraged my colleagues to all of us here that if you are not genuinely interested in potentially pursuing a long-term lease, to not string folks along. And I believe you might have been one of the folks or some other folks on the council maybe even changed their votes after that or suggested that they might change their votes. And while that's not binding, it certainly is, I think it's good practice for us to generally make clear our intentions to folks who are doing business with the city as to not create confusion and potentially a bad name for the city or presenting ourselves as difficult or confusing to work with. And I think we've made clear indication. I think it's also been clear that a project with both the mansion, the coach house, potentially the grounds as well, it's just too big of a, it's like having, again, pizza, the world's largest pizza. You're not going to, it's too big for many folks to handle. We saw that with Artist Book House, which I think was seemingly a very well-connected and potentially potentially well-financed group. It's just hard for me to believe that there are many groups out there that could handle this big of a project, and I think our best course of action would be to pare it down and move forward with. And when I say pare it down, not tear it down, because there's, pare down the project. Yeah, my time is up. All right, I will wrap up now. And so I would be strongly supportive of making sure that we move forward with the lease that we are already engaged in negotiating, and that we parse this project up into smaller more manageable bites. Thank you.
So no one's asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to third cracks to Councilmember Revelle with 15 seconds left.
Oh, dear. Well, I don't recall your saying that, Councilmember Reed, so that was not in my mind when I voted for the license for Jens Jensen. I felt it was important for Jens Jensen we were entering the growing season. It was important for them to be able to work on the grounds, and so that's why I voted yes, but I definitely, I like Councilmember Nusma's metaphor of the pizza, the whole pizza, and I don't want to give away a slice of it without knowing who wants the bigger part.
At this time, everyone is hungry and nobody is asking to speak. And I fear that we might be in one of those situations where not enough direction has been given to staff. So I guess I would ask.
So can I make a motion?
Sure.
Then I move that we direct staff to prepare a request for expressions of interest with a 4-month timeline for interested parties to propose something for us, and that it include the whole Harley Clark property.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Revelle moves that we direct staff to prepare a request for expressions of interest for the entire property with a 4-month period between release and the due date. Councilmember Newsome seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Reed, we'll deal with people whose times are up later, but we go back first, since no one's asking to speak for a first time, to Councilmember Kelly with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Could we, Councilmember Revelle, would you be amenable to the option, like the mansion and or the property? I mean, since we do have currently a 501c3 that's, handling the property, prepared to raise the funds, so to give that as an option also in response.
I think we would be interested in proposals, some that might use just the mansion, some might be the whole property, some might, so no, I think we'd be interested in any of those.
So just to be clear, when you said the whole property, you didn't mean that everyone needs to make a submission relative to the whole property. You meant that the plot of land available for potential submissions to incorporate would not be exclusive of the Coach House and Gardens. Ms. Flax? Oh, sorry, Director Flax.
Thank you. I did just want to also make sure that we can work with our partners, not the staff doing this alone, that we'll work with. So they're actually going to have the bandwidth to attract and bring in people or organizations that we haven't even contemplated. And one of the things that can be very common with a property of this size and scale is it really is a way of, you can sometimes find someone who can bring more than one organization in as part of a much broader use of a property of this scale. And that's another reason I think it's really beneficial to not exclude anything, but that doesn't preclude any organization from having to say it wants to try to take on the whole thing. It can, and it can actually form a much broader group of organizations that can work out of a property this size. And give
I
more
think
options.
we're open to all types of proposals, large and small.
It's just important that we have our historic preservation experts working with us.
Exactly.
Just to be clear, Councilmember Kelly still has the floor.
That's all, I think. Just so the option is for just the mansion or any permutation.
Still no one's asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to a second crack for Councilmember Hadakaris with nope, that's the 9th Ward with 4 minutes left.
I just wanted to chime in and say that I also want to keep it as open-ended as possible so that we get as many different iterations and ideas.
Okay, no one is asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left.
I'm just wondering if there's any, like, why we wouldn't want to just reach out to the people who've already put together proposals and take it from there and just sort of pick up from where we left off, or the council left off in 20, and find out who's still interested and just hear those proposals, as opposed to just opening this up to, I don't know how many more, but it just sounds like it could get really long. And would that be a possibility, or would you consider that?
I mean,
Councilmember?
we have received emails from all of the previous applicants expressing interest in renewing their proposals, updating their proposals, whatever. So I think there's the potential of additional resources through Landmarks Illinois and new ideas that might be spurred by this memo. So I think we want to give people a chance to think on this and give us their best shot.
Councilmember Harris.
I was just going to ask that question. Does that preclude them from being able to resubmit? And what I'm hearing you say is that they can resubmit, so we don't have to exclude new people with new ideas and new opportunities. They are allowed to be part of that process. Thank you.
Mr. Cummings?
I just also wanted to remind the council that if the goal or the idea is to continue to consider to lease the property. City ordinance does require a lease over 20 years that you have to sort of give notice and publication, give an opportunity for those folks who wish to be involved, the opportunity to bid on that lease.
The only person asking to speak at this time has expired time, so just if you could be very quick, Councilmember Reed.
Yes, I would like to make, I'm not going to make the motion, right, I would like to move that we would pare this down. I do think that we are going to put ourselves, we're doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. As Councilmember, I'm really bad with names tonight. I don't know what's going on with me. Councilmember Nguyen, our resident Gravebeard, noted this evening, this may be the fourth time that you've gone through this process in your time on the council, and every time we've gone through this process, we've said, hey, here's this huge property along the lakefront. Tell us what you can do with it. And folks come back and say, well, we need $15 million to take care of this project. Or we need $10 million. I know I will bring it to a close.
Well,
but
just, I mean, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, what I'm asking is that we don't make the same mistake again, and that we pare this down just to the footprint of the mansion, which itself is a daunting task in and of itself, with $10 million. So I move that we remove the grounds and the coach house from discussions, from the RFEI process, and only focus on the mansion, with the understanding that the grounds would certainly be accessible to whoever leases the mansion.
So Councilmember Reed moves to remove the grounds and the coach house from the request for expressions of interest. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to remove the coach house and the grounds from the RFEI?
Councilmember Sufferton? No. Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Burns? No, not you. Sorry.
Next.
You're not next, but go
I'm
ahead.
not next. Go ahead then.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Harris? No. Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Now you're next. Councilmember Burns?
I'll be a no.
With 2 voting in favor and 7 voting against, the motion fails. So this brings us now to the initial motion made by Councilmember Ravel to, again, just issue an RFEI that would give a 4-month period for anyone, including the previous proposers, to make expression of interest relative to any portion of the property.
Sorry. I'd like to, I think a 3-month period, a quarter, is good. I don't think we need, especially if we're going to drag along the negotiations that we've been in with months with the Jens Jensen group. I think 3 months, we're going to have partners from outside should be enough to get proposals back and move forward with this.
Councilmember Reed moves to amend the motion to a 3-month period rather than a 4-month period. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Now, Councilmember Burns.
Just had a question for Council Cummings. Where are we in the negotiation with the Jens Jensen group?
We're about to vote to undo it.
We're waiting on comments and red lines back from the lawyers for Jen Jensen's group. We had a meeting before I went on vacation, and we are waiting for that in writing. And so once we have that in writing, we should be able. We'll be a lot closer.
Do you think what we're currently proposing complicates those negotiations at all?
It is.
So it has been a part of the negotiations to discuss making it accessible to whoever has access to the house. That has not necessarily been resolved completely, but there has been an understanding on both sides as to why each has a different position. So the city's position is that it be accessible to whoever takes the house or leases the house or whatever the city decides to do with the house, but that hinders their position in terms of fundraising. So we haven't resolved that particular issue yet, but it has come up.
Well, point of information, just to be clear, this ends that process, because if we're saying that, they cannot lease, it
doesn't end the process. It says the process can't
move
terminate.
Forward. It can't move forward. If we're saying that we're going to leave it open to someone to use the coach house, to use the full grounds, there's no way that we could move forward with a lease over the next 4 months with the Jens Jensen group.
Right. What this motion says is that process, we can't enter into a long-term lease with one entity until we know what all the options are.
I think it's important when we send out the what is it called? What are we sending out? Are we doing RFEI, that we clearly communicate that we are negotiating a lease, if we still are. I think it's confusing, and we should be upfront. If we are going to go out and do this, we should make it clear where we are in the process of negotiating this other agreement, or we should just vote on that. And if there's not support for it, then we can push it aside and focus on other proposals.
To be clear, the lease agreement being negotiated at present specifically includes the coach house and renovation of it. Mm-hmm. So it would be difficult for an RFEI to include not only use of but renovations of the coach house based upon where we are currently, based on the direction of the APNW committee or AMPW committee.
Could you say that again? I think I understood it, but that to me aligns with what I'm hearing Councilmember Reed is saying as well, but I just want you to play that back for me.
It would be difficult for us to place an RFEI that includes the coach house because we're under the direction of the AMPW committee. Staff has been negotiating a lease that includes the renovation of the coach house by another group.
But that's indeed what we're doing, right? Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, as long as that's being recognized, that is a potential conflict to negotiating this lease.
And I certainly understand that. I think the reality is that whatever group submits that request for interest or request for expression of interest, and they may include that as part of their expression of interest, but that isn't. The city council isn't necessarily awarding anything quite yet. And so by the time they get an opportunity to review those expressions of interest, the lease could already, the coach house, there could be a plan in place for the coach house, or, a project plan accepted by this council as part of a lease agreement with another group.
Because I guess the question is, if we move forward in this way, does this constitute what anybody up here would feel is good faith negotiations? And I see Council Cummings smiling. Like, to me, this, if I'm on the other side of this, I'm saying, okay, they're blowing us off, and I'm not sure that's how we want to be perceived in the community. So I do think it would be better if we correct that somehow. I'm not sure how, but I think we should correct it. and do it tonight if we are going to move forward with the other proposal.
So the only person requesting to speak is Councilmember Reed, who's now way over time. I'll give you a few seconds.
Yes, thank you. And again, this is really the point that I'm trying to highlight. If we move forward with this, we are not only, and I'll ask a question, but after we get done with the RFEI, we still have to go through the full process of actually awarding. And how many months does that take? And so what we're telling the Jens Jensen Garden Group is that a majority of this body, this council, not APW, not any other body, a majority of this council voted to say that we would move forward with the lease with them, or at least a temporary lease. And what is the point of the temporary lease if we're not in good faith actually trying to negotiate a lease with the group? And so I think anyone who voted, the over 5 people, the 5 or more people who sat here and voted yes to extending the lease with the Jens Jensen Garden Group in the hopes that we would come back somewhere around now with an actual lease to execute with them, voting yes on this is going back on the clear indication that a majority of this council gave to that group. And while it was not binding, granted, it's just bad practice for our city to do that, especially with residents who want to volunteer their time to make our community a better place. With no profit motive, they're not going to make a dime off of this. And so I would just, I'm unfortunately, as much as I supported this, and I thought it was, really beautiful suggestions that you made, Cade, under this particular, under these circumstances, I have to vote no on the RFEI, because I think it's really important to deal with one matter at a time, especially when we're talking about residents who are volunteering their time and their money to try to make Evanston better with no profit for themselves other than a more beautiful community. I think that would be unfortunate for us to move forward in this way.
All right. Okay. Councilmember Harris with 4 minutes and 40 seconds left.
I just have a quick question. So can we have the RFEI and pull out the coach house and all of those things? Does it become not as attractive to outside people if we do that?
Well, just to back up, so that was the motion that just got voted down.
Right. That's what I'm sure.
And so I think the question before this body is, are we certain beyond any further exploration about what we want to do with the coach house and the grounds, in which case then take it out, or are we still interested in hearing all the options before making a long-term decision, in which case keep it in? And as you can tell, different people have different opinions up here, but that's the question in front of this body.
Well, and point of order, I just want to make sure that Councilmember Harris, you're probably, understand the rules very well, but to make sure it's clear that, yes, that motion was voted down, but that doesn't preclude that motion from being revisited during this meeting. And particularly for someone who voted on the prevailing side, you'd have the right to bring that back. And there may be a change of opinions amongst folks here.
I was just wondering if we thought that made it less attractive. That's all.
Arguably makes it more attractive.
I think it certainly has the potential to make it less attractive to somebody. I'm not going to say that it will or wouldn't, but it certainly complicates the presentation of the property if we're talking about leasing a small component of it, but we're also saying that we're entertaining ideas that someone might purchase the property from the city. I think those things conflict with each other.
So now would the clerk please take the roll and we are now have before the body is the initial motion made by Councilmember Revelle, because if I recall correctly, none of the amendments has passed. Is that correct, Mr. Cummings?
Correct.
Councilmember Kelly?
So this is just for discussion, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So,
well, there's a motion on direction.
So I guess there's a few different ways to answer that question. The answer is yes. This certainly does not preclude us from taking any votes. It actually, my understanding of the OMA is it doesn't preclude us from anything, but I've been uncomfortable with the idea of having the body take a binding vote, final action on something, pass an ordinance, pass a resolution if it's marked for discussion. To me, at least, taking a vote to give direction to staff is a very, very different category. But if folks don't feel comfortable with that, we can do a straw poll or some other mechanism. But certainly, in my view, taking a vote that says, hey, here's what the discussion got us to, staff, why don't you go bring something else back to us, is consistent with marking the item on the agenda for discussion. And I should have said no words because I did not go to law school. Mr. Cummings, if you feel free to clean up my mess.
Your interpretation and explanation is consistent with what our understanding is in the law department as well.
Point of information, or point of something, point of order in this case is, I just want to remind us that we are, with this vote, I am concerned, and maybe Council Cummings, you can answer this, so I'll phrase it as a question, that with this vote, we are undermining action that was taken by a committee. A committee voted, a standing committee of the council voted to do something, and we are completely undoing the work of a standing committee without having, going through the proper channels. Do you believe that, I will hold my question and just make that statement.
Okay. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin? Yes. Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Harris? No. Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns is not here right now.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries and staff has been given direction. This brings us to the consent agenda. I've been told that A6 should be removed because it did not make it out of committee and so will not be receiving a vote this evening. A7, I've been told, should be removed simply to allow for a correction to be made at council. Are there other items that members would like to see removed from the consent agenda?
HS1 and HS2.
P2.
Did you say P2?
A8, please.
So far, I have A6, A7, A8, P2, HS1, HS2. Anything else? Seeing no further suggestions, I would entertain a motion.
I move the consent agenda minus the items that were removed, which are A7 or A6, A7, A8, P2, and HS1 and HS2.
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves passage of items A6, A7, A8, the consent agenda except for items A6, A7, A8, P2, HS1, HS2. Councilmember Harris seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Aye. Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
And Councilmember Burns is not present right now.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the consent agenda is passed. This brings us to item A7. Councilmember Harris, would you care to make a motion?
Yes, I'm sorry. I approve for approval for the single source annual renewal of the Motorola CallWorks emergency call handling equipment with an amendment on the allocation of amount.
And can you just explain for those of us who are not in APW what the amendment is?
Yes, so there was a unfortunate typo from last year's numbers, and the amount that is listed in the agenda is $266,671, and the accurate amount is $33,347.48.
A welcome change. I said a welcome change.
Yes.
So Councilmember Harris moves approval of the single source annual renewal of the Motorola CallWorks emergency call handling equipment at a monumentally lower number.
Yes.
Is there a second? Second. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed is not here. Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
And
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the renewal is approved. This brings us to item A8. Councilmember Harris, would you care to make a motion?
Yes, I move for the addition of an outreach worker position for City Manager Stowe to authorize a new hire.
Councilmember Harris moves authorization of an additional outreach worker position. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Councilmember Suffredin.
Yeah, hi, Audrey. Or I suppose you're the appropriate person to ask. So, like, how much are we going to pay them? Where's the money coming from?
Sure.
We've been unable to fill part-time positions. Why do we think that a full-time position will be able to be filled more easily, et cetera?
So it's more of the, so first of all, thank you all. City Manager Stowe, Mayor Biss, Clerk Mendoza, members of the City Council. I'm Audrey Thompson, Director of Parks and Recreation. So it's more of the temporary that's more like a contracted employee because of, no benefits. So those are the more difficult. And I do just have some information that can maybe help with, the numbers and all of that, so you kind of know what we're looking at. So initially, when we wrote the money, the request back in May of 2021, we asked for $200,000. Only $85,000 of that was related to staffing, and not full-time. So that was more part-time seasonal employees. When we asked for another request from ARPA, which was back in January of 2022, understand we are now in our second year. That money we thought would be spent in a year, but we've been able to expand that with the use of interns, part-time employees. Of course, our interns are not paid the same as our workers, so we've been able to expand that. But in our budget, we only have 5 outreach workers, and that is up from 1. But when you look at the numbers, our need for an outreach worker is really to provide some additional support for our restorative justice program, which we're averaging now 3 referrals a month from our complaint tickets from our Evanston Police Department, which is up from about 1.67 requests prior to now. And then our client referrals are up 53%, and that's an average of 27 clients a month. Now we're seeing 51 clients a month. And those are specifically tied to our outreach workers. As far as employee assistance requests, we are up 206%, from 7 a month to 34 per month. And then our housing and rent assistance requests are up 63%, where we used to have an average of about 5, close to 5, we're at 8 per month. So our numbers are increasing significantly, and a lot of that's based on much of our work in the community centers. When we first wrote this, the money for ARPA, the request for ARPA, we weren't looking at having, we wanted drop-in centers, and if you look at that request, there's only about $190,000 that really relates to the community centers. But Robert Crown, we have outreach there 7 days a week. And at Gibbs Morrison, we have outreach there 5 days a week. And so when you look at the number of outreach workers that we have, they've done a phenomenal job with the number that they currently have. But we need more support. I think no one would argue that really what's happening in our community, initially when we wrote this grant, we thought, hey, we need more money for the 18 to 24-year-olds. But as you all can see, there's a lot of work that we're having to do in our middle schools. And so we do three groups a week in our middle schools. In addition to that, we've hired 3 ETHS employees to help staff our drop-in centers, And that's a part of this, the school liaison that's in our ARPA request. And we've done that because we want to have more of a seamless transfer from school to our outreach, to our community centers, so that, they can see those that they trust at school also be incorporated into our drop-in centers. So if you look at the numbers, I'm amazed at what they've done with the 5 that we have. And that's because you have some dedicated outreach workers who are working a substantial amount of time overtime. And I just want to make sure that we're spreading that out and that we have more of a footprint that is not, just on Dodge and Dempster, not at Robert Crown, but I'm going to have outreach at the Lakefront this season, in addition to our entire My City, Your City, Our City initiative, which you all know starts next Friday. Actually, it starts this week, and you can all come out to an ice cream social on Friday.
Okay. So is there currently one full-time vacancy, and this would be an additional position? And
Yes.
The full-time vacancy that exists now, that is funded? There's a permanent funding source for this?
Yes.
This proposed position does not have a permanent funding source?
It does not at the time. We're looking to take that money from the Human Services Fund and then come back to council and when we look at the budget
Okay,
in
so
January.
with the addition of this one, when we're talking about the budget for next year, how many full-time positions? 7?
So no. So we only have 5 in the budget.
Okay.
So
and
one
one's
is vacant
now. So
Right.
so there would be
So we really only
6
have- right.
next budget. Okay, and one of them is currently unfunded, or this proposed
Right.
one is unfunded.
So we'll take the money from Human Services now and then come back in January, or not even January, it'll be before January for our request for 2024.
Okay, so for 2024 budget request, you anticipate 6 full-time positions? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Audrey, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. Where, generally, your department or these positions are funded out of the general fund?
So right now, they're funded out of Human Services.
Okay, so there isn't really a dedicated, it's unlike think of a tax that has a specific stream that it goes to. This is really just kind of funded generally through the Human Services Fund.
It is.
Okay, so it wouldn't change, wouldn't be a substantial change to how we're funding your positions?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
I think this is very worthwhile, given some of the data that you provided. I do wish, and this is likely this is a global problem, but I do wish there were ways to better quantify the efficacy of the outreach program. I know that's, almost an impossible task. How do you tell what didn't happen in some regards? But I would just love that to be something that, the team, particularly going into next year, into next budget season, if we can figure out better ways, to track the efficacy of the outreach team, because I think they do really important work, and I think we need to be able to tell that story of what they do, and I think we need to be able to tell that story with data, if possible. So I would just love to think about that over the next few months.
Well, get ready for our plan, because it's almost to come out with all of those numbers that you're asking for.
Wonderful.
So we've had an intern working on it for about a year.
Wonderful.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think in principle this sounds okay. So, but we're down one, right? One position. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't make more sense to assess the situation when that position is filled.
I think if you look at the numbers, even filling that position really won't, it's going to help, definitely, but, I have workers who have overtime every single pay period. And so I think that this, given what we're going to be up against for the summer, we need an additional person to help with all of that. Welcome.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin. Aye. Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Wynn.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the position is approved.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, Director. Councilmember Kelly, would you care to make a motion on item P2?
I move item P2, ordinance 48-0-23, granting major variations for a K-8 education institution, public on property located at 2000 Simpson Street in the OS Open Space District.
Councilmember Kelly moves approval of ordinance 48-0-23. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Harris.
I just wanted to bring some attention to the school. I found it very interesting. People moved into town and heard the stories, and I just wanted to say that I was one of the students that got moved from the original King Lab, and that was very traumatic to us, to the point that I totally remember the day in which they told us they were closing the school. And I think it's important, and I think if you look and talk to anybody who was part of that King Lab family, it was very important to us, and it was K through 8. And we have a community, we have a Facebook page. Everybody in my group, class of 87, were like, we're gonna move back to Evanston. When they heard I was running for 2nd Ward, they're like, we're moving back. It's like, you can't afford to stay there. It's okay. K through 8 are families. They create families, and I think it's just really important. I know it's a big number of students, but we have to bring community back to Evanston, and this would be one of the places in which we would do that. So I am so for this. I'm excited. I understand the difficulties and the issues we're going to run into, but as a student that dealt with that change, it's time to make that right. So I just wanted to go on record and say that.
Councilmember Reed, followed by Hedekaris.
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions for staff. Earlier, it was mentioned that this project is receiving, some grand number of major variances. Can you briefly discuss some of those, major variances? And also, within that context, I believe there, and please opine on this, there have been discussions about just the terminology that we use around major variances, and sometimes things aren't quite major, but under our ordinance, it is classified as a major variance. So can you talk about both of those?
Happy to. Good evening, Liz Williams, Planning Manager. So the relief requested with this project, there are 4 variations being requested. The first is a floor area ratio of 0.62, where a maximum of 0.15 is permitted. Proposed height of 3 stories at 55 feet, where 2.5 stories or 35 feet is the maximum. This lot is unique in the sense that it has 2 street frontages, so the next 2 are related to that. So the third is that open parking is located within the front yard where it's not currently permitted. And then loading areas located within the front yard where they're typically not permitted. And then the size of the loading area, they're proposing that to be located within a drive aisle, so it's not meeting the required depth. So those are the 5 variations being requested. And
Can you talk a bit about our classification of major variances and some of the, maybe thoughts that either you or the team or someone has had regarding our classification of, major versus maybe some other term that's not thought up yet?
So I guess we have currently within our city code minor variations, which typically are an administrative request. There are major variations that require or that are allowed to be approved by the city's land use commission. And then there are variations that require city council approval. So in this case, the height is triggering, city council action on this particular one, in addition to the loading areas. Our current kind of designation of minor versus major is a topic actually that the Land Use Commission took up a couple of months ago, and the City Council will be receiving a recommendation for them to evaluate kind of what minor versus major adjustments look like specific to plan developments. So that will be coming forward for your consideration in the near future.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll just add, former council member Holmes pointed out just how important this move is that we're creating a school in the Fifth Ward. I know some people are saying, well, this vote isn't necessarily about creating the school, but it is. And so maybe I will also ask to the district staff who is here, if you all can answer this. I suppose there's a reason that this school is the size that it is, and that there are going to be 900 students here, or I'm sorry, maybe I'm wrong on the number, but there will be a large number of students here, and maybe the largest school in the district. Can you explain why that decision was made, and if you were to shave off a third or half of the building, would it be feasible to do this project and to build this school in the Fifth Ward?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Sarita Smith. I'm the Director of Student Assignments at District 65 and has been facilitating this process now for probably 2.5 years. So the why is because it's well overdue, both from a justice standpoint, but also we are transporting over 700 kids out of the Fifth Ward every day to go to multiple schools across our district. Financially, that burden is pretty heavy on the district when we could essentially reallocate that money for kids to have a walkable school. We did a year-long student assignment process last year to think about walkability of schools in general for all of our students. And then Fifth Ward obviously came up yet again. And this is not obviously the first time our district has heard about the Fifth Ward school from the community members that have been fighting for the building or bringing back that school to their ward. So that's the kind of why behind it. But it wasn't just, the project was not just about Fifth Ward, it was about all of our schools being walkable in all of our districts and all of our wards. So number-wise, again, Fifth Ward is pretty dense. If you have never lived there and or have driven through there, it is a dense population similar to 8th and 9th wards. And so the number of students in the school is really based on how many we could possibly hold. Based on the numbers that we have run, we think about 700 kids are actually going to be at the school. We are building it, though, because, there's some development happening in the Fifth Ward. We have to plan for the future, so we do not want to build a school that can only hold 700 kids. We need a little bit of elbow room and some time and space to grow. And I think to Council Member Harris's point, the K-8 was really important on rebuilding and reestablishing the community in the Fifth Ward, similar to what was at King Laboratory School, and as well as Foster School, which I believe was K-6 at the time. So we are really trying to reestablish what we have unfortunately taken away from the Fifth Ward, but do it in a way that can also allow us to flex and grow given kind of the development as the Fifth Ward is continuously growing.
So if this school were to have, 300, 400, maybe even 500 students, it wouldn't be financially feasible for you to build the school anymore?
I don't do the finances,
okay.
So let me bring up a partner for you.
Raphael Bafemi, CFO, District 65. What it would do, it just would not be reasonable. If you look at the demographics of the Fifth Ward, we actually hired a demographer who looked at current trend in population growth in the Fifth Ward and also looking forward. The Fifth Ward is actually one of the areas in the city that's projected to keep growing. So if we were to build a school with just 400, 500 kids there, spend all that money, in a couple of years we will need something bigger. So it makes sense to plan for what we see based on demography that we would need going forward, instead of building something now for it to be too small.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I would also just like to add the research around the K-8 model versus a K-5 middle school design. There's a lot of research and trending towards the K-8 model for better outcomes for certain populations of students. We want to be honest when we think about those transition from 5th grade to 6th grade. Like, if we can eliminate that transition time, it gives our students a better advantage to be adapted to the community and the school that they're serving in. So I wanted to also add, like, one of the reasons to be able to maintain and design it, it helps with getting our students staying on track and keeping those relationships that are so critical for them to be successful in school. So thank you.
I appreciate that. And so what I'm hearing is that it seems as though it wouldn't be feasible or, financially responsible for the district to pare down the size of the school by really anything or by much. And so with that, it actually leads me back to believing that, yes, voting for this is voting for the Fifth Ward school. And I certainly heard the concerns of folks adjacent to the properties or to the proposed school. And if those concerns could genuinely be addressed, I think they would be. But what I did hear from folks, everyone unanimously, even the folks who were opposed to the scale and the various things. I'm not a fan of the parking lot being visible from the street myself. I was just thinking about city design, but without the project in similar form to what it is now as presented to us, it seems like it wouldn't be feasible. And so I think a yes vote today is a vote for Fifth Ward School. I encourage folks to vote yes. I didn't obviously go to King Lab, but I grew up in the Fifth Ward. I was one of those folks who was waiting out, as Councilmember Holmes said, on the bus during rain, sleet, snow, and all kinds of weather events that we'll likely talk about later with Fair Work Week. And it's about time. And there's a public health concern. Director Ogbo isn't here, but just encouraging folks to, both parents and young folks, to walk more. Pays dividends health-wise down the line. And so I'm supportive of the school for a whole host of reasons, and really even more supportive now that last meeting Councilmember Revelle brought up the concern about us being able to save a few trees as well and make the project a little more beautiful. And so all around, really excited about this. I'm sure my time is very close to expiring, so thank you.
Councilmember Hedekaris, followed by Newsma, followed by Burns.
I just wanted to acknowledge all the hard work that Dr. Horton and his staff and the school board's done to get this to be to the finish line right here. I'm very happy that I could do a little small thing and vote yes and get this done. I just want to also say that just applaud you for figuring out the way to do this by eliminating the transportation with the busing. Was a really innovative way to get the financing done and make this a possibility. And I just want to thank you all for all your hard work.
Councilmember Newsma, followed by Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have another question for District 65 staff with regards to the number of students, and you've clarified that the initial expectation is somewhere around 700, even though the maximum capacity is 900. But that 700 includes the school in a school concept, and if you could talk about that a little bit, the thinking that went into that, and what would happen if you to that number if the school within a school concept were not adopted?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in phase one, we decided that we needed to close a school. The school best option for us was Bessie Rhodes because, one, it's not a neighborhood school, so we have Walker directly across the street. I don't know who built the schools, but there's 3 of schools, right, 2 blocks away from each other. So, and so taking Bessie Rhodes the building and physically not occupying that anymore came up to the surface. One, for that reason, walkability of the students in that area. Two, because the 37% of those students already live in the Fifth Ward, which is a decent percentage of their population. And three, our master facilities plan showed that that in order to fix the school's deficits was about half of the cost of rebuilding it. So for those reasons, we were like, it makes sense that Bessie Rhodes the physical building would close. However, they have gone through several iterations and transitions in the last 10 years, and it would do a lot of harm to those families to just say, sorry, you got to go back to your home school, and we have no options for you. Given that a lot of that, the percentage of those families, particularly our families in the TWE program, which is our two-way immersion program, already live in the Fifth Ward, and we knew based on numbers of Fifth Ward residents, at least almost 100 of them will qualify for the TWE program, that it made sense just to move the full population. Now, what we don't know is how those families will choose, and so that's kind of the iteration we're going through now, having a program process to then go talk to families like, here are your options on what gets to happen next. And based on just some kind of raw analysis, we think only about 200 will go. Again, 37% of those being students that already reside in the Fifth Ward.
So will the school within the school program continue to operate in perpetuity, or will it be gradually phased out as new cohorts?
We're kind of in the process of figuring that out now. Knowing the building constraints was really helpful, right? Like if we could build it 5 stories, we could have all kinds of things, right? Knowing the constraints is helping us move into some conversations with our Bessie Rhodes communities and families that we haven't done yet. So kind of the constraints then inform what we can actually do in the building. So we're kind of figuring that out.
So the district desires to do the school within a school, but if you didn't, what impact would that have on the numbers and of the Fifth Ward school, and that what impact would that have on your other plans and other buildings?
Well, specifically, I'll cover the Bessie Rhodes situation. Since the design of the building has pretty much changed, the conversation has shifted with the SAP committee, and some of the things that's happened is that more than likely there's a chance to actually have the program service more into a TWE program. With 2 years from now, if it opens, that means our students, they'll be in 8th grade by that time. So there'll be a population of students that are 8th graders that were at Bessie Rhodes that will be able to either go back to their neighborhood community or come over to the new school that's open and be a part of that first class that comes out of the Fifth Ward school. So right now, if I was predicting something, I know I'm transitioning out, more than likely what's going to happen is that it's going to potentially transition to more of a TWE program like it does at our other campuses versus it being a single school. But Sarita was trying to be safe and not have that conversation in here, but to be honest and full transparency, that's been the discussion and the direction that has been leading right now. So, yep. So the number-wise, it'll still be 700-ish with both schools combined, because we've also heard from families. Some families are going to still remain and keep their children at their neighborhood, at their schools that they're currently attending until maybe they transition to middle school. Yep.
Okay.
Hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, so I think it is, I've listened to, mostly residents or property owners in the immediate area who have concerns. I think, somewhat legitimate concerns. I've met with them one-on-one. We invited Elizabeth Williams, who is here today, to a Hill Arts Business District meeting and had a really good discussion about some of the issues. And since then, I've had a chance to talk to city staff about some of the concerns, and would be willing to move for a hold today on this if I felt that it was realistic that anything would come of it. Unfortunately, as historic as this project is, and I know we all support it, it comes with some, inherent challenges because of the limited development site, and that won't change. And so it may feel like simple enough the decision to say, why not move the parking, the bus drop-off area and pickup area to, Foster instead of Simpson. But Simpson, from what staff is saying, and it makes sense, is a larger street. If you're going to have big buses pulling up to the site and picking people off, you probably want it on Simpson, larger street. It's not cutting through a residential area. There's more residential properties on Foster and on Dewey and on Ashland than it is on Simpson. It's already it was a truck route. One of my early on in my term worked to make sure that not only that street but others in the area were taken off a truck route, so we wouldn't encourage trucks to utilize it. But it is a route that is frequently used by trucks, and so that was one of the questions is, why not look at Ashland and Foster for a bus drop off instead of Simpson? So again, they may all seem like really good ideas, but when confronted with the limitations of the area and best practice, it seems like Simpson, as an example, is probably a better area for bus drop off and pickup. There was another question about reorienting the facility and having the building, basically having the L on Ashland and then a part of it closer to Fleetwood, back behind Fleetwood. Again, very early in this discussion, I think it was staff's opinion for the most part that you create as much space between the structures as possible to really try to open the space up and make it more functional. And there's a few others too, but I'm not, and I don't know if there's any community members that are still on the call that, but I think Councilmember Reed mentioned this, that if there was an opportunity to address the concerns, I think I will be prepared to do that. But in talking to staff, I'm not sure that there's a way to address it. And I think my questions are much more about what is the district's commitment to reducing the need for busing at the Fifth Ward School long term. I think that aligns with the SAP process that I had the good fortune of being a part of. And so you spoke about it a little bit, but if you could talk about ways where we might be able to reduce the need for busing long term in order to try to reduce the need for buses on Simpson or wherever we end up putting them.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So currently we have 15 routes, I believe, coming out of the Fifth Ward. So if you could imagine how many buses that is already coming out of very tight, small streets, probably Simpson, happening twice a day, every day, right? Monday through Friday. So we are talking about reducing it to what our policy actually requires, which is if you have to cross a major road, which we kind of snug the Fifth Ward boundary around McCormick and Green Bay and Church. So you don't have to cross a major road, right? So that eliminates that need. The only other two are if, there's a major space that we have to have a crossing guard for, which we are obviously planning to do that. And then if there's IEP services requiring busing, that we cannot eliminate. That is the law. So if a student is unable to walk to school and it is written in their IEP, we will have to provide busing for that. So the only other reason we would do it at this point, which kind of leads to the question about the school within the school model, is if we are busing for Bessie roads and or for bilingual services. And so to your point, like maybe this isn't a long-term process. Maybe we kind of gradually get people in there, and then after that, we know that the school will have the bilingual services needed for the students in the Fifth Ward, therefore reducing busing pretty dramatically.
I just want to state from a purely financial standpoint, if you remember how the district is funding the payment of the lease certificate, which is used to build the building, we need to save money on transportation. So there's a financial incentive for us to limit the amount of buses that we will send to the school in order to be able to make the funding work. So there are critical reasons, financial reasons, why we'll need to limit busing to the area.
And Is Mike Rivera, Director Rivera, on the line? I know he was.
Good evening, members of the council. Mike Rivera on the line.
Hey, Mike. Just wanted to see if you could speak to some of the parking discussions we've been having about Hill Arts in particular. And I know we haven't officially engaged with, I think it's WGI, but if you could talk a little bit about what we've been working on there and the engagement that what we're going to work with WGI on to help address some of the parking congestion issues.
Sure, I can do that. So for the better half of approximately will be 2 years in November, we've been meeting with stakeholders from the community, local businesses, new businesses, proposed businesses, and residents alike, trying to address some of the parking concerns. The concerns that we currently have is transient parking for new businesses like Rex's Place, the Soul Smoke Barbecue, the brewery, and then we've been having a large challenge with trying to find long-term parking for commuters that are coming, either Evanston residents or commuting to Evanston to work for some of the roofing companies and some of the other businesses that I already mentioned as well throughout the day, while trying to satisfy the need of residents that if they move their car within certain hours of the day, then they can't secure parking again in proximity to their homes because they've been consumed either by patrons of the businesses or long-term employees for the day. So these are some things that we've talked about. We've tried to make some changes. We've tried to gather some data, and then we are currently talking with WGI, which is the Wattman Group, Inc., that helped us prepare a parking study for the city of Evanston approximately within the last year. And we are proposing to perhaps bring them in to do some more work for us in that Fifth Ward Hill Arts area.
And the Hill Arts area is just north of the proposed location for the Fifth Ward School, which is why I wanted to bring it up, that the city is committed to figuring out how to provide some much-needed parking relief in that area. The other thing I want to say is I know folks had concern about Fleetwood, Jourdain losing parking because the lot that serves Fleetwood would now be used by the school. And just to make sure it's clear, the school actually owns that property now, so that's not a city-owned parcel. And what I've said is that it is my understanding, anecdotally, of course, that during the day. And I should also say that I believe the district has agreed to allow the city to use 25 stalls. I think people feel like it's still a loss because the district is going to still need what they need, 80 to 90 stalls, whatever it is, on top of the needs of the city. What I've said is during the day, which is when the school operates, there's not that many vehicles in the Fleetwood parking lot. It's what I know to be true anecdotally. I live right there. I can see it from my balcony, but see it when I walk around. But can I get a confirmation of that in some way, maybe by Director Thompson, perhaps? It seems like there's always like maybe 2 or 3 vehicles in that parking lot during the day, and most of the utilization is after school hours and on the weekends when the space is rented out. But can I get any response to that by Director Thompson if she's with us? She just left, so she's not online either. Okay. By some chance, it's Pastor Cherry on the line. He probably is not.
Members of the council, my name is Laura Biggs. I'm the city engineer. I don't have the exact numbers of how much parking is used during Fleetwood Jourdain's daytime operations. However, the bulk of the need is in the after-school period and evening and when they have events. So there are a few events that happen during the day. There's a senior club that meets periodically. There's never enough parking for those types of events, and that will be true in some respects when the school holds similar types of events. However, the school has indicated that outside of their normal operating day, that in the evening, that they're willing to open up their parking lot to Fleetwood Jourdain to use whatever parking is available. And so I think a big piece of this is the partnership and cooperation. And so that's why right now we have a letter of intent to negotiate the parking with some minimum constraints, but we plan to continue that conversation as we move forward in order to maximize the parking for both of our operations and to try to minimize the long-term impacts to the community.
Thank you for that. We've also been in conversations with Family Focus. They're doing renovations, the generous and the nice funding you all have given them. They're starting to do some work, but with the parking situation, we've had conversations that we would be willing to support getting that done so that there will be ample parking spaces also during the day. Not a full commitment to say how many, but there's definitely discussion, and they want to be a great partner with us. So there will be other opportunities for parking to be leveraged for the school, Fleetwood, and also Family Focus.
Thank you. And so although I'll be supporting this today, what I would like to work with staff on is we've had one business district in particular, but also community members and business owners in the immediate area around the school dedicate a lot of time towards kind of registering their concerns in writing, and I would ask that staff respond as best they can to each concern. And we started to do a little bit of that in the Aldermanic Library as I was finishing up preparing for this meeting. But I think it's appropriate to, because they registered their concerns in writing, I think we should respond to them in writing as best we can. And I will commit to doing that. But I want the community members to know, especially those who may still be on the call today, that we've put a lot of time into those concerns, and I'm just not convinced at this point that there's a better option than what is proposed. But I think the district is committed to continuing to work with the city to address concerns as opportunities are come available. And as I mentioned earlier, we are for quite a while now we've been working on relieving the parking congestion issue in that area generally, and the parking coverage area is not just the Hill Arts, but it goes all the way to Emerson. I think we expanded the scope of that engagement to include Emerson. So we're not done thinking about how to address parking in that area, and I'll leave it with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
So I don't know if I missed it. Was there discussion of connecting the parking lot, the family-focused parking lot, with Dewey Avenue? Because I know there was some. So.
Yeah, there was a community member. I think he was on Dara over there that mentioned that. I did bring that up as well with staff. Laura and I talked about that briefly. I think we have some concerns about how that would be done. Also, the request was made to accommodate, the way I understand it in the email, children that play in the alley, and we all have played in the alley before, but they probably shouldn't be playing in alley. A better place for kids is probably in the front on the lawns and in the park that's a stone throw away from that area. So I think also just it doesn't seem as justifiable to try to negotiate with Family Focus to allow cars to get through there, because that's private property, so that kids can play in the alley. There's that too, but we can have Laura respond to the request.
So that was a question that was asked at Land Use Commission, and we did indicate that we would work to see if that was feasible. But as we looked at traffic circulation in the area, we became concerned that essentially the parking lot itself would become a cut-through, and people would be driving down Dewey or through the parking lot, down the alley, that actually connecting it wouldn't necessarily solve the problems that were being raised. It's also a little bit problematic in that Family Focus has not yet been brought into the conversation, and it is technically their parking lot. So this is something that I think we're willing to consider the traffic in the area and work towards the best decisions as we continue to work with the school district. But I don't want to promise that we would do that connection because I think that there's some real problems with it as well, potential challenges.
Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to pass ordinance 48-0-23?
Councilmember Ravel. Aye. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Wynn. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the ordinance is passed.
Point of order, should the record be updated to reflect the absence of one of our members? The departure of?
I don't know if anyone's registered their formal departure.
Councilmember Seffernan has officially left the meeting.
Okay, please remove Councilmember Seffernan from the roll. This brings us to item HS1. Councilmember Hadakaris, would you care to make a motion on item HS1?
I make a motion to, on ordinance 1023, amending the city code and creating section 3222, retail single-use bag tax and plastic bag ban.
Second.
Councilmember Hadakaris moves passage of ordinance 1-0-23. Councilmember Reed seconds. We begin with Councilmember Ravel, followed by Reed.
Well, we've learned from a collective resource that apparently their end-source compost facility is no longer accepting certain types of compostable bags, and therefore we should amend our proposed bag ordinance to redefine compostable bag to allow for more flexibility depending on what the compost facilities actually accept. And so I move to amend our definition of compostable bag that's currently in our ordinance in front of us, to delete the definition that's currently in the ordinance as was printed in the packet and substitute it to say any certified compostable bag that is accepted in city-offered or city-sponsored compost programs.
Second.
Councilmember Ravel moves to amend the compostable bag definition as just described. Councilmember Reed seconds. Councilmember, I think it's not a breach of confidence to say that you emailed me the text of this earlier in the day. Do you want me to?
I just emailed it 2 seconds ago.
Okay.
So he has 2 copies.
Great. But everyone else has one at least.
Everyone else has one, yeah.
Excellent news. Okay. So there's several people in line to speak. Are any of them in line to speak about the amendment? Or seeing not, would the clerk please take the roll on this amendment changing the definition of compostable bag?
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Aye. Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Wynn. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the ordinance is amended. Councilmember Reed.
Yes, well, I appreciate that motion, Councilmember Ravel, and to Earlene Howard or Collective Resource collectively for bringing this to our attention. I think this is a we'll see in 2 seconds. I have every belief that this will pass, but this is important for Evanston. It is us moving forward with our values, our belief in CARP, and it's a small step, but it's a good first step, and so I think this is something for us to be excited about. Certainly, there's more to do, and there's some things to clean up, and I think last time we were here, I had a few folks say that they'd be willing to co-sponsor a trailer bill that would, look at other single-use plastics in accordance with our CARP goals. And if anybody wants to raise their hand and remind me of who that was so I can put you down as a co-sponsor for that before Thursday, feel free to. But also, one thing that I am not super excited about in this, and that I really would like to see amended in that trailer bill, is the fact that, we have good language in here that both Councilmember Newsman and Ravel put forward, excluding, well, not my favorite language, but it's solid language, excluding businesses under 10,000 square feet. I think that definition is a bit too broad because it encompasses businesses like 7-Eleven, like I think Councilmember Newsman noted, one of the CVS's downtown may not be covered by this ordinance. So I think we can achieve some correction with more time and some more thought on how to exclude specifically, or how to include in this ordinance those businesses specifically, without including some of our smaller businesses who are in many regard implementing some of these practices on their own. So really excited about moving forward with this, really looking forward to the cleanup bill and moving further along with our CARP goals. So I appreciate this council for moving through this tough process.
Councilmember Nusma.
I think was just going to point out that I had seconded, or I had sent that email out with Councilmember Ravel's motion. So I'm ready to move forward on this one as soon as everyone else is. Thanks.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Wynn. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 1-0-23 as amended is passed. Councilmember Hadakaris, would you care to make a motion relative to item HS2?
I move item HS2, ordinance 24-023, establishing Evanston's Fair Work Week ordinance.
Second.
Councilmember Hadakaris moves passage of ordinance 24-0-23. Councilmember Reed seconds. Councilmember Harris, followed by Reed.
Good evening. I am being bombarded by Second Ward of my residents, my businesses. They are not in favor of this. I know we've made some changes, but as far as the businesses in the Second Ward, most of them are not in favor of this. The numbers, so I just need to go on record and say that as a council member representing the Second Ward.
Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I just want to thank everyone, the staff and my colleagues for really approaching this ordinance with open eyes and willingness to really hear the concerns of many communities, both the business community and particularly our hospitals and other groups. We've incorporated a lot of the feedback that we saw reasonable into this ordinance, and we're, I believe, really in a good place here to move forward with this. And so while I understand that there are some members that still have concerns about this, I think we're in a wonderful place to move forward. And as the Human Services Committee has made a motion, we will be looking at similar to the potential for a trailer bill with this as well, but the Human Services Committee has voted to do that in the next, I believe it was 4 to 8 months. I forget their exact range. So really looking forward to that process as well. And this is another really important step for Evanston in making Evanston a more desirable place to work and raise families, and really recognizing, everything that goes into being an employee here, making sure we're providing essential protections for those employees. So thank you.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Ravel, followed by Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I share similar concerns to the Second Ward council member. I have received a lot of communication on this, which puts me in a position of not being able to support it at this point. If it were to move forward, I would want landscaping companies to be removed, and I think moving the limit on the number of employees up from 10 to, I'll say, 100, because that's mirrors Chicago's ordinance. That should be part of it. Even with those changes, I'm not ready to support this tonight. I'm not sure it addresses a need that has been expressed by stakeholders. I'm concerned about the administrative burden, not only on businesses, but on the city. And I'm concerned about unintended consequences, things that we can't imagine happening as a result of this. Maybe my mind would be in a different place in a couple of years, but I'm not ready to move this one forward tonight.
Councilmember Revelle, followed by Burns.
Well, I think we've received a very compelling letter from some of our landscaping businesses, making, I think, a very good argument for excluding them from the ordinance. And so I move to strike, I want to strike in its entirety the item number 5, landscape services, from the covered industry portion of the definitions.
Councilmember Revelle moves that the item 5, landscape services, be struck from the covered industry portion of the definitions. Again, I hope I'm not betraying confidence that you communicated this request to me earlier today. So I have this prepared in writing. If you would like me to forward it to the council,
Please,
that would be
yeah.
helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
I will do that now. So that amendment, which should be making its way to everyone's inbox, that motion was made by Councilmember Revelle, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll on the amendment to strike landscaping?
Councilmember Revelle.
Aye.
Oh,
Councilmember.
go ahead.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Newsma. Councilmember Burns is not here.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the landscape services have been removed. Councilmember Revelle?
Well, I would also like to amend the size of the employee.
Threshold.
Yes, there, thank you. So I would move to amend the definition of covered employer to replace both places where it says the number 15 and substitute the number 100.
Councilmember Revelle moves to increase the employee threshold from 15 to 100. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Once again, would you like me to email this to all of council? All right, give me 1 second here, guys.
I mean, I do share Councilmember Newsma's concerns about unintended consequences, but I think if we increase that threshold to 100 employees, that I'm hopeful that it will avoid those unintended consequences.
So we've heard that motion and second. So on the motion to amend, Councilmember Reed?
Yes, thank you. I'm not enthusiastic about some of these changes, but what I'm hearing is that these changes will help you get to yes. And I think I'm here, and I know that's not the case for everybody up here. But earlier it was mentioned in the meeting by my wonderful colleague in the First Ward that we have folks, when we were discussing the Marguerite Inn, folks who don't advocate for themselves. Those are the exact words that came out of the council member's mouth. And I agree with that. There are certain segments of our population that do not engage with the city council. They don't come reaching out to us when they have issues because it's not a part of it's not a standard action, particularly for disenfranchised folks to take. And so I know, there was a letter sent to us that said, hey, I did some FOIAing. I didn't see emails from disenfranchised workers saying, hey, this is what I want. That's not the case. I've received communication with a worker who represented other workers, and I've spoken with tons of folks throughout the community. And I'm sure, some of us, all of us as council members, you walk into a business, and quite often, particularly in your ward, a business owner will recognize you, and they'll, say, hey, Councilmember Revelle, Harris, whoever it is. When I walk into businesses, it's workers who know who I am and thank me for the service. And it's because we, I think most of us here are a bit separated from, the demographic that tends to work in our, retail settings particularly. It's usually not, although unfortunately because of our economy, more and more it is becoming, 40, 50, 60-year-olds who are working in some of these settings, but it tends to be younger folks. Folks who don't vote in our municipal elections, again, folks who don't engage with us. And these are the folks that I'm having conversations with, and young parents who are suffering from this, from a lack of clarity about their schedule. And so while there may not have been folks reaching out to you on the opposite side of this, saying that, yes, we need this, how many folks that live in the Margarita Inn, how many homeless folks in our community reached out to you about Margarita Inn? I would guarantee it's zero. Because that's not what disenfranchised people do, unfortunately, in our current system. And so I would love for us to use that same logic here to understand that disenfranchised workers are not going to be the ones who are reaching out to us. In fact, one of the workers that I spoke to, that Allison and I had Allison Lepsker and I had email correspondence with, didn't even want to come before the council to express their concern because they are worried about potential retaliation from their employer. There is a huge imbalance here. There are people who want this. There are people who support this. I hear it when I walk into Trader Joe's. I hear it when I walk in to Target and other businesses. People out there need this and want us to look out for them. They just aren't engaging the same way that we are used to. And so
I just want to.
Yeah, my time is up. So yes, I will end here and say, let's get this done. We're making some important amendments here that Councilmember Revelle is putting forward. We need to make sure that, especially with those amendments, that we're passing this and we're looking out for the folks who are least proximate to power. So thank you.
Would the clerk please take the roll on the amendment to? Do you want to speak to the amendment, Councilmember? Okay. Would the clerk please take the roll on the amendment to increase the employee threshold from 15 to 100?
Councilmember Revelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Harakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Or no.
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the ordinance is amended to move the employee threshold up to 100. Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. I also have similar concerns. I agree with, your comments. That's why that's why I advocated on behalf of the residents of the Margarita Inn, and I will continue to do so, and I will submit amendments. Wasn't prepared with that because I knew I couldn't hold it, but thank you. I will continue to do that. But in this case, I think there are, I'm really glad about amending this to 100, but I still think there are also more unintended consequences that need to be reviewed. I know, like with the Mather, where they have, where it would require the Mather to wait to fill shifts to
Point
allow.
of information: nursing homes have been removed from.
No, it's not a nursing home though. So I think a lot of care venues wouldn't fall into this category. And that's why I just think that there's, and this is what I asked for last time too. I would like to see this held over so that we can ensure that so that we're, exempting, removing the groups that we really need to remove so that we're not impacting patients or folks in care facilities as well as the facilities themselves by having to hire additional administration and potentially not get positions filled when they need them, when their staff is working around the clock, and yet they can't just fill it because they have to wait to find out if a current employee is going to fill another shift when they're all already burned out anyway. I think there's more outreach that needs to be done. But I do appreciate the 100, but I think there's still more outreach to fully understand the impact in our city on the industries, particularly in like care venues. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I messed up the order. Councilmember Burns. There's no more amendments on the floor.
No, we voted on it. I'm sorry. It's getting late. All right. The one thing that I ask is, and I know this happens all the time in politics, where a special interest group speaks before a body, requests that amendments be made, and then depending on if they have relationships, connections, whatever it is, then that body may acquiesce. I think the issue with that is I can't follow a fact pattern that led to us deciding to exclude the industries that we have. And so I think at the very least, we owe it in writing to the community to justify why we excluded the healthcare industry as well as now the lawn care industry, because it's not fair. It's not fair to the next industry that comes up and says, okay, well, why not exclude me? Like anybody can register that complaint.
Can I answer that question, Councilmember?
Yeah, please.
And I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but I think the initially introduced ordinance was really ambitious. It didn't just say, let's look at what other places have done. It said, let's go well beyond. And I think there's some folks up here who are eager to do that, and others who still feel that this is kind of an experimental idea. Let's start with things that are being done in other communities. And so the changes that were all made, they all bring us back in line with what the places that have tried this are doing. And some of those ordinances have been in place now for 2, 3, 4 years. And so I think that's what gave people some comfort.
No, and I understand that, and I think it's a quick way for folks to make decisions. But as I said, the day we voted on whether or not to exclude I think it was the child care industry, that I wasn't prepared to vote on it, because just because another city didn't do it doesn't mean there's many things that this particular city does, in particular, that other cities would not, that would not consider at all. So that's not enough information for me. And honestly, I don't think, whether it's enough information for this body, I don't think it's enough information to where if somebody who represents another industry comes up to me and says, oh, okay, well, why did you exclude this industry and not ours? I don't have an answer for them. I'd like to have an answer for them, other than, well, Chicago didn't do it. I don't think that's sufficient. And so I think during this time, I'm happy to support this, but I just think it's important for us to really sit down, whether it's our policy coordinator organizing to do this with the sponsoring or referring council members, but just trying to sit down now, once we pass this, to understand why exactly we exempted the industries that we did, develop a standard that we can apply to other situations. I think that is really important. But again, happy to support it. I don't want us to get in the habit of just voting on things because, people register their complaints at the last hour or because another city did it. I think that's going to limit how far we can go as a city. And that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Just a point of information for Councilmember Kelly. I personally spoke with folks from the Mather and Three Crowns, and they were at the meeting, Human Services meeting, and we discussed also with Director Ogbo, because they are considered health care based on like the long-term care that they provide for some of their residents, and there was a discussion around that, and they're exempt from this. So.
Oh, I had one other thing. I'm sorry, Chair.
All right. So no one is asked to speak for a first time. So Councilmember Burns with 3 minutes left.
And the only other thing is I feel like we do a lot of important things in the city. We do an okay job of communicating that on the front end, come out, participate in this ward meeting where we'll discuss it, and et cetera. I think after we pass things, we need to also educate people about what was passed, because we're all probably going to hear from the business community in particular, who's going to be frustrated or support, whatever it is. Let's go back to them and say, hey, here's what we passed with all the amendments. And I don't know if email is the best way to do that. I know it's the fastest and cheapest way to do it, but I think we need to find a way to to notice people. I don't know what that looks like. We could talk about that offline, but I think that's really important because there's so many things that we do as a city that the public is not aware of. And they'll bring it up in conversation. They'll say, oh, yeah, well, I think you should be doing this. And it's like, well, we actually passed something a week ago or months ago. And we're not going to get everybody, but certainly we're not going to reach everybody. But I think we can reach a bit further than we are now to make sure people are following along with us on the journey of legislating and getting things done. So that's another request that I will put out to staff, to this body, to try to work to figure out how to do that. And especially so we can celebrate it. Like we passed, even the Fifth Ward school that we just passed that. I think the district representatives are really excited. We barely clapped. It's hard to get joy out of this job sometimes because we're always like in the trenches and trying to navigate people who are typically on kind of different ends of an issue. But it's also as a way where we can celebrate what was done. Look, we passed this plastic bag ban or whatever it is that we feel good about, and here's why. And that's all. Thank you, Jim.
No one is asking to speak for a first time, so again, we go to now Councilmember Harris with 440 left.
And I won't take all of that. I think I would amend what Councilmember Burns said, and that we have those discussions in front of, not after the fact. We've amended this so many times, and I think we're on the potential of good legislation, but we amended it because a child care worker was here for a street naming. And he just happened to say, what? What are you talking about? Health care. And I don't like that kind of work where, again, people are popping up and it's kind of, oops, we didn't think about that. I have Valley that has 120 workers. That's a problem. All of my lawn care, that's second ward. And we changed that. So I just want us to be very careful and cognizant of that. Again, we are coming out of a pandemic. And we're making all of these decisions and rules and taxes for our businesses who have not had the opportunity. They're walking. They're starting from crawling, and they're walking. And I just want us to pay attention to that and have a little more data on who does this affect before, not after we pass it and then say, okay, let me explain it. I can't do that. I can't do that well, but to say, this is what we need to do. This is why we're doing it. Can you get yourselves ready? But we've caught 3 or 4 things just by happenstance. And it doesn't bode well for the second ward because that's all my landscapers. That's Valley. That's the daycare. Those were all second ward businesses and residents. So thank you.
Continuing on second cracks, Councilmember Hadakatis with 425 left.
Just to piggyback off what Councilmember Burns said, if people want to read my meeting recaps, you can catch them on Facebook, usually a day or 2 after the meeting. But it is something that I try to editorialize, at least the things that we take a vote on, have a debate. But there are things that fall through the cracks, and we should all probably do a better job of like celebrating the things even that pass in consent agenda that are important that kind of fly under the radar. But yeah.
Still on second cracks, Councilmember Nusma with 350 left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a way for me to get to yes on this, but not tonight. For me to get to yes is going to take a more robust recovery from our post-COVID economic situation that impacts businesses not only in the 4th Ward but throughout Evanston. We're investing a lot of time and a lot of money in Evanston Thrives, with the specific intention of inviting businesses to Evanston, inviting customers to Evanston to patronize those businesses. That's really important. I think it's really important to all of us. And I don't think now is the right time to impose this burden on our local businesses as they're still trying to get back to where we need them to be. So If this were to come back in a couple of years, I would have hopefully a different perspective at that time. I'm not going to suggest tabling it till a date certain, which is 24 months from now. I don't want to let things drag on. So I'll leave it at that.
Again, second speaking, Councilmember Kelly with 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Again, I'm glad to hear. I'm sorry I missed that about the care facilities being exempt. So what's different between then ours and Chicago? Like, what are some of is there anything that stands out, or in terms of groups that are exempted? I just don't want to miss any others. That's my main concern, because it seems like every couple of weeks, some other group, to Councilmember Harris's point, groups keep popping up, and we find out that that's going to be, disproportionately harmed. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Allison Leipziger, Policy Coordinator. The main difference is our restaurants are at 200 instead of 250 for exemptions. In practice, that actually isn't much of a difference, because we've got sort of a big jump. There aren't a lot of restaurants that we have that are like 225. So in practice, that's not really different. And then with the amendments that we've made, we're pretty much in line with Chicago in terms of the sectors that are included. I think they also have like venues, like event spaces, and we don't have that. They include that. So those people are required to, so like their stadiums and the United Center and all of that, and we do not have that. Those people are not included in our ordinance. So those workers are not protected here. They're protected in Chicago.
And why did we choose to?
Building services, most of them, given the stadiums that we have, would most of them not be covered by the building services?
No, this is like
concession
and like tickets and things like that. They've got a much more robust, because of their size, they've got a much more robust like event sector, and we don't. And so they've protected those workers, and we left them out of our ordinance.
But we could potentially
include them.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't we? I mean,
you're not supportive of this.
No, I'm supportive of it, as long as I want to sort of flesh out who could be, what could have an unexpected negative impact that we wouldn't want, that you might not want either, that we haven't seen yet. So I'm not sure if there'd be a negative impact, but I'm thinking if we had a huge commercial venue in the heart of our town, I mean, why would we want to exempt them?
I think at this point in the game, considering the like you said, all of the amendments that are flying around, I think that would be a great referral in the future.
Was that explicitly decided that we wanted to exempt Northwestern? Or I mean, I'm just wondering.
No. I think we put together a list of the sectors that made the most sense for our town, and it was building services, warehouse, food, retail, and the last one is what? Manufacturing. Yeah. That's right.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And do you know how long Chicago's had theirs? Is that?
I think.
Since 2019.
I think it's
2020.
I think it's been since 2020, and then they've got some provisions that are actually about to kick in. Because of the emergency executive order for the pandemic. So their like healthcare and stuff, that's about to kick in for them.
I see.
So that's been in their ordinance, but they haven't been enforcing it.
Okay. And I'm only asking, I know we're not Chicago, only because it's just good to look at experience that others have had to see where they failed or what worked. And
exactly.
We've got other, I don't know what other cities are.
Like Emeryville in California has a really good one. Berkeley just passed a really a progressive one. Philadelphia has one. Essentially, with our amendments, we're very much in line. I would say that, Berkeley's going real far, and maybe one day we'll get there, and maybe one day we won't. But right now, we're kind of in the middle of all of them.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No one is requesting to speak for a second time. The only person requesting to speak for a third time is Councilmember Reed. Your time is up, so I'm going to ask you to be very brief here.
Very brief, because I can see the faces of my colleagues, and I don't want to change any yeses to a no. But I do want to very quickly, I was going to mention the thing long-term care. That was important to you, Councilmember Kelly. Maybe you can get to a yes here. I also would just say that to Councilmember Burns, we discussed this, Allison and I and staff and Mayor Biss and others have discussed the information. Chicago has a really good kind of informational worksheet that or pamphlet that shows how their ordinance works. Ours is fairly similar to theirs now, especially with these amendments. So, something similar can be developed. I think it makes it crystal clear how their ordinance works. Theirs is actually, I think, a bit more complex than ours because it's, I think like choose your own adventure kind of depending on how many employees you have. But so that is something that's important. And then also just lastly, for my colleagues, to Councilmember Harris, you said your concern was, the landscaping businesses. Well, today we removed that. Childcare, we removed that. And then for for Valley and for the larger grocers, during the pandemic, all of the data shows from, I think you can look it up in Pew. Maybe it wasn't Pew. No, not Pew. But there lots of research. I will close right here. Lots of research to show that the grocery industry made a lot of money during the pandemic, hand over fist. And so if we're looking at recovery,
let's bring this to a close then.
All right.
I think this is a good topic for you guys to talk about after council adjourns.
I encourage a yes vote.
But we can't adjourn while this item's on the table. So would the clerk please take the roll on ordinance 24-0-23 as now twice amended?
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Councilmember Wen. Aye. Councilmember Nusma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries and ordinance 24-0-23 is passed. This brings us to call of the wards. Councilmember Ravel.
No report.
Councilmember Reed.
8th Ward meeting this Thursday at Peckish Pig. And we'll send out the newsletter tomorrow. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
9th Ward meeting will be on Thursday, June 15th. It will be in person, so the location will be announced later.
Councilmember Kelly.
No report.
Councilmember Harris.
No report.
Councilmember Wynn. Councilmember Nusma.
No report.
Councilmember Burns.
No report.
And Councilmember Nusma is recognized to make a motion.
Pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statutes 120/2A, I move that the City Council convene into executive session, discuss agenda items regarding workers' comp, litigation, real estate, and personnel. These agenda items are permitted subjects to be considered in executive session and are enumerated exceptions under the Open Meetings Act as set forth in 5 ILCS sections, workers' comp, C1, C5, real estate is C11, thank you, and C12.
So moved. Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma moves that the City Council move into an executive session to discuss the just mentioned items. Councilmember Harris seconds. Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Ravel. Sorry.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Wynn. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Wynn. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
With 8
Councilmember
voting in
Burns,
favor and none
yes.
voting against, at 10:42 p.m., the City Council moves into an executive session to be begun immediately in the Councilmember Library.